Good morning. Hello, everyone. Good to see you. Bright and early, I decided today was a peachy day. So that's what we're going with. I'm sitting there putting on my makeup going, can I make this a little, do I have to match my clothes with my lipstick? Sure, why not? Because that's what I do. Good morning. I hope everyone had a great evening, and we're ready to go at 8:30 with with the emotions. I think it is the second part of that. I think it's the ruling he's going to give from the ones he gave that they went through yesterday. I do have that clipped. If you didn't see the motion at the end of the day, it's clipped and in the playlist. So if it's not in the playlist, let me know and I'll stick it there. But last night I got it up. I went, I should probably put that in the playlist, since why not? So there it is. This morning, I am going to do my same thing I started doing yesterday. I am going to, let me get this thing. I'm going to start off our morning with this. We're going to do a recap again, because I think it's pretty cool, and I made this, so we're going to do it. I think that it does help a little bit for what's going on the next day, to kind of do a little bit of who was doing what in the morning before I say hi to everybody, just so I can get it out of the way, and it's a done thing. So here we go. Yesterday, of course, was day 10, and the first up for witnesses was Brenda. Hopefully, yeah, I did spell it right. Brenda Dye. So she is the coroner. Now, I'm sorry about the pictures at the top of it. I just am using screenshots from the live, and they're all blurry. So if I try to blow it up, then it gets worse. So at least you can see her frame. That there is a person there, and you can kind of get an idea. Oh, it's the one with the dark sweater thingy on. Okay, so that's where we're going. How we're going to do this with these updates is a fuzzy picture. So Rocky Wixom is the one who was questioning her. She is the coroner and has been since 2019. They discussed what kind of training she had. Dye stated, we respond to unattended deaths, which is, or if you guys know, their unattended death is, I think they did give an explanation to it. Yes, it's down a little bit. So, and they determine the cause of death. And then she says, I sign off on the death certificate. We look for weapons, we look for medications, we look for health history. Dye is talking about responding to a look for weapons, or for unattended, sorry. My eyes are so bad. Unattended death, which is a death that is not directly under a doctor's care. Rocky Wixom asked Dye about lividity, not lapidity, lividity. I did try to go back and see if I could hear some lapidity, but I only heard it the 2 times or however many times he said it. But it was kind of cute. Lapidity. So lividity. She stated it's the lowest point of the body of blood pools when somebody is no longer living. It looks like a bruise. So if you're laying flat, the lividity is going to be on the back of you everywhere that's laying down flat. So her thing where she said it's the lowest point of the body. So like if you're standing up, then all the lividity is going to be at the bottom of, like if you're in an upright position, it just depends on the position you're in. I do believe, which is why he was saying there was no blood on the head or the back of the head, which means she fell off the bed. So she was kind of sort of sitting up, is what he was trying to say. I don't know if that is what she meant, but I felt like he was saying things to try to throw her off in her explanation of the lividity so that he could still get the whole point that Chad had said she'd fallen off the bed. I still can't stop thinking about a foot in the back and then a shove is what, that's how I saw it in my head. Okay, so she talked about the pink foam coming from Tammy's mouth. Pink foam, I looked up some things on that, and there are different things that can cause that. But I do believe that asphyxiation is one of those things that can cause it. And I'm trying to think of, in my head, I'm thinking, okay, asphyxiation, that means that her mouth was covered. It's not strangulation, because then there would be bruise marks around here. So asphyxiation, I'm thinking, well, uh, wouldn't that show up in the face if it were like a pillow or something? All the thoughts go through my head when I'm thinking of all these things that they're trying to say, just so I can get a picture of what the possibility is that could have happened. Whatever your guys' thoughts are, you can put those in the chat and let me know if you think I'm off the mark on it, or because it wouldn't be like this. It would have to be, like something covering to suffocate, in my opinion. Uh, so where am I? Di looked to see if there were signs of a struggle. She saw rigor mortis and lividity. Di said Tammy was cold to the touch. Di learned Tammy. Oh my goodness, my eyes. Tammy died on her back. Okay, so that's what she said. She said that Tammy died on her back, but then he tried to say, well, there was no blood on pooling on the back of the head, so that couldn't be. So he tried to use that to say that it that she had been sitting up. But if she was up on a pillow, then her lowest point would be. I'm trying to think this through. So lowest point is what we're looking at. So the blood would pool. If the head was on a pillow, then maybe that it would pool differently. I don't know. These are all just thoughts that go through my head when they're trying to put mitigators in when the defense is trying to call these things out. So Chad told Di that he felt her body roll off the bed, which woke him up. She asked him, this is her words, I asked him how it was possible because she was really cold, Di said. Chad thought it was because he pulled on the sheets. Tammy was going through menopause and she liked to sleep with her feet out of the bed. I sleep that way too sometimes because my feet get hot. I have a cold, hot, all night long thing. So I understand that, but I just thought it was kind of interesting that he brought menopause and stuff into it. Sometimes I kind of see that sort of thing when a man does that to a woman and talks about she's in menopause and that's what her problem is. It's kind of it sort of feels like to me a diss on a woman and being in menopause. I don't know, maybe that's just me. So, but you can read and see the whole thing in the playlist. I've got it there for you. It's an interesting back and forth if you look at the defenses thing. I'm mostly in my updates going to put most prosecution things because it's just so much of the story, and I want to give that. And then if you want to see how Pryor fought it, then you can watch it in the clips that I made in the that are in the playlist. So the next one is Kelsey Harris. Wixom again is question Harris, asking her about Tammy Daybell. Harris said Daybell was a clogging student of hers in Sugar City and worked as a librarian. She would see her all the time. We were friends, she said. We would have conversations more than a hello. Harris said Daybell came to her class in early August and September 2019. Every week, there is a 60-minute class once a week. Harris didn't recall any issues with Tammy getting tired or falling behind in the clogging class that she taught. Harris went to high fitness class in St. Anthony. She stood by Tammy in the class. It's a high intensity class with burpees and explosive movements. That class was held 2 times a week for 60 minutes. Tammy went to in late September 2019. Harris said she observed Tammy keeping up in class and doing the high intensity moves. Harris talked to her regularly in these classes. So basically, this is just them trying to establish a couple witnesses in a row who knew her, who saw her on a semi-regular basis, however many times they saw them a week, doing different activities that were active. And we had clogging, we've got high intensity burpees and a whole thing, trying to say that she wasn't weak and fainting all the time and all the things that Chad and the kids, whoever was the ones who spoke about it, was it Garth and Emma, saying that she was weak and frail and sickly is kind of the way I felt that they were talking about it. You can hear the defense's side in the clips in the playlist, and I'll just move right along to the next one. So Shanna Miller is the third witness. Wixom again asked her the questions. She taught Central Element. She taught. I always do that with that word, taught. I always say thought. Miller taught Central Elementary in Sugar City for over 30 years. She worked with Tammy Daybell. Miller was on the committee that interviewed Tammy for a position at the school. She also attended high fitness class with Tammy. Sorry. I have major meetings. I apologize in advance. Oh, Miller talked about how Tammy and her daughter attended the fitness class. Miller said that Tammy and her daughter could not complete the workouts correctly initially, but did well over time. So she did put that in, and I did notice that this witness wasn't she didn't have any issues at all. Yeah, great, everything's great. She did put that there were some stuff at the beginning, but that she got it and she worked it all out. Miller said, I would say the time she started the fitness class, her overall image of herself had improved. It looked like she was in great health to me. Miller also said she was in complete shock learning about Tammy's death. Hours before that, she had seen her at work, and Tammy was happy, healthy, and conversing with kids at work. She seemed perfectly healthy to me, Miller said. Miller believes Tammy Daybell started working at the school in Sugar City in 2018. Miller said Daybell attended high-intensity classes for at least a year and a half. Miller says Tammy had the stamina to complete workouts. So there you go again. We have the witnesses stressing that there is not this weak person that is trying to be portrayed to cover the fact that she died and had to be exhumed and then found to be asphyxiated. So again, you can watch the full testimony in the playlist. Our next witness is Jennifer Geisler. Wixom questioned her again. She works at Central Elementary School, first grade teacher. She has worked there for 26 years. She worked with Tammy Daybell in 2019 and says Tammy was the librarian. She would see Tammy every day. We were good friends, Geisler said of Tammy, always bubbly and happy. She was a person you wanted to be around. Geisler invited Tammy and Emma to a high fitness class. So basically, this is a group of people who like to work high fitness. It makes me tired just thinking about it. Geisler was in the front row, and Tammy and Emma were in the back row. They were always giggling and adding their own moves. Geisler's, that's something I would do. Geisler said Tammy loved the class and kept up with it. She does not recall Tammy ever taking breaks. The Friday before she died, she ate lunch with Tammy. She was healthy, happy, and talkative. She was sitting by her son, Seth. It was just a normal day, Geisler said. She was super surprised that Tammy passed away due to her being super healthy. Geisler said she and Tammy were good school friends. She never went to Tammy's home. Again, you can watch the whole entire question testimony in the playlist. Moving right along. And Sergeant Bruce Mattingly. So just a reminder that we did have six, was it six witnesses? Because there's one more after this one. So we have six witnesses, I believe was the total. Oh, we're here. Hold on a second. We got this going on. So I'll finish that later, or maybe not. Y'all know who the rest of them were. The Mattingly, and then Kaya, Akai, I can't say his name.
All right, good morning, everyone. We are back on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. The jury is not present at this time. The court took under advisement separate motions yesterday relating to victim designations, as well as two motions in limine, and set aside time this morning to make rulings on the record on those motions. So I'll note the defendant is present, as well as defense counsel, the state present as well, prosecutors, and the court resolved the victim matter on the record yesterday. I do have rulings as it relates to the motions in limine this morning. So again, there were two motions filed, one on March 4th, one on March 14th by the state seeking introduction of statements that may be hearsay or may not. That's what was argued in the motion, and whether or not they'd be admissible. In terms of what is hearsay or is it hearsay, the Idaho Rules of Evidence define hearsay as a statement, oral or written, other than one made by the declarant while testifying at the trial or hearing, offered in evidence to prove the truth of the matter asserted. That quotes Idaho Rule of Evidence 801 A and C, and from a case Sandoval Tana 138 Idaho 911. The evidence has been objected to by the defense, and so there's a question for the court to resolve of whether or not this is inadmissible hearsay. There are general exceptions to some of the hearsay statements that are in the rules, and the court has to analyze those, looking at rules 802, 803, and 804. And then so the court has to first determine whether statements are in fact hearsay, and second, whether there's any exception that allows them to be admitted. So the first matter we'll take up is the statement requested by the state in the first motion in limine filed March 4th. That is a statement of Janice Olson, and the state seeks to introduce an out-of-court statement made by Tammy Daybell to a coworker and friend, Janice Olson, somewhere around 6 weeks before the time Tammy Daybell passed away. The statement that the state seeks to introduce is quoted in the motion. That was a statement Tammy allegedly made to Janice Olson, quote, she would just, I'll read that again, quote, she would, comma, she'd just say, comma, my husband thinks I should up my insurance here at the end of my, comma, at the end of my career, comma, before I retire. He's thinking I should up my insurance. The state seeks to introduce that statement, has argued that a exception would apply permitting that under Rule 803.3. And under 803.3, that allows for statements that are citing from the rule, then existing mental emotion conditions. And the states argued that these would fit within a physical condition statement, talking about the health of Tammy Daybell at the time, and the state arguing that her health is something that goes to the statement, bringing it within 803.3 for that part of the exception, which does allow a statement such as bodily health is what's included in the rule, and a statement of the declarant's then existing physical condition. The defense argued against it, saying it simply talks about a financial decision that was being discussed and does not fit within 803.3. The court did some research on the issue in 803. There's a case, State of Idaho versus Garcia, 102 Idaho 378, and talks about when 803.3 may apply. Talks about four areas. One, claims when there's claims of self-defense as a justification for killing, that would not apply here. Two is if there's a defense around a suicide allegation, that would not apply here. Three, claims killing was accidental, which there's no evidence that's in the theory of the case of either party here. And then four, when a specific mens rea is in issue. That specific mens rea issue in the conspiracy could be considered. However, upon weighing things out, both under 803.3 and also under Rule 403, the court finds the statement is problematic for a few reasons. Number one, just reading through the statement again and precisely what the statement is, this talks about Tammy saying, quote, "My husband thinks I should up my insurance at the end of my career before I retire." And so, first of all, there's an issue there with when that would occur. There's some vagueness there. The testimony in the record so far is that Tammy had not worked at the school all that long, a couple of years. There's no indication she was preparing for or nearing retirement. And this statement that insurance should be upped, quote, before she retires or at the end of her career, I think makes the statement vague as it would relate to evidence in this case. Also, under 803.3, I don't find that this fits in one of those exceptions as the state has argued. It's not a statement about physical health. It's, I think, in the context here, would agree with the defense that it's really a statement about a financial decision. And so, based on that analysis, the court is going to exclude the statement on the motion in limine. The state would not be permitted to introduce that statement in the state's case in chief, as I would find it would be impermissible hearsay. However, that does not rule out it potentially coming in later, either in the form of impeachment or if somehow the defense were to open the door to make the statement again relevant for impeachment or other purposes. So that's going to be the ruling as to the state's first motion in limine, denying the motion without prejudice to have it re-raised if it comes up in either impeachment or from the door being opened by the defense. The next motion had two separate statements that were sought to be introduced. And this is the March 14th motion. The first statement is a statement where Tammy Daybell told Janet Anderson that Chad had told Tammy, quote, "She is a zombie." And the state indicates that statement was made sometime late August up until October of 2019. So there's multiple layers of this statement, what Chad said to Tammy, Tammy said to Janet. When the court has gone through the analysis of this. It may be permissible on Chad's statement under statement of a party opponent or under Rule 801 D2B. That part may not be hearsay. However, then Tammy telling it to Janet, I think clearly does become hearsay when you get into the multiple layers of the statement there. The issue the court has in addition there is the timing, quite frankly, of the disclosure, noting and agreeing with what the state argued that sometimes even on the stand, witnesses will suddenly say things they hadn't reported to officers, and it's still maybe credible and truthful, and the jury can decide that. However, in this case, looking at the fact that it is a hearsay statement, apparently this witness was interviewed first about 4 years ago, May of 2020, and then the statement just came up in March of 2024, almost 4 years later. That is a concern. Further, the actual statements and how they were made were, the brief said, were attached as an exhibit B to the motion. And to the court's knowledge, I don't have exhibit B, so I just don't know exactly what was being said. But looking at the multiple layers of hearsay here, I don't find that it's fitting in any exception to allow its admission in the state's case in chief. And also, I think it's problematic, the timing of when the statement occurred and was disclosed. And so the court is going to preclude the admission of that statement from Janet Anderson about, quote, she is a zombie. Also noting that the statement, even when it was made, at least according to the motion, was sometime over a 3 or 4 month period, which again, I think goes to the credibility of the statement of the court weighing out whether or not this would be a statement that would be more probative than unfairly prejudicial under a 403 balancing. So the court is going to exclude that statement from Janet Anderson. Again, though, it may become admissible in impeachment, or if the defense somehow opens the door to bring that back in. But in terms of the state's case in chief, it won't be permitted to be brought in as being inadmissible hearsay. The last statement in the second part of the March 14th motion in limine relates to a statement that the state seeks to introduce from a witness, Pam Peebles, who was a coworker with Tammy Daybell, and the statement that Tammy told her, quote, "This is the best I have ever felt in my life," and that, quote, she was excited about getting ready for a race. That's a statement purported to have been made 2 days before Tammy's death. The court does find that that particular statement, I think, clearly fits within 803.3, which allows an exception to hearsay for a then existing mental, emotional, or physical condition. The statement of the declarant's then existing physical condition, such as bodily health, is permitted, and that is a statement clearly about her health and would fall within the 803.3 exception. And also on a 403 balancing, its probative value is not outweighed by unfair prejudice. This is an issue that's already been raised by other witnesses, and a defense has crossed those witnesses, also further bringing up the issue of what was Tammy's health at the time before she died. The statement's also made in a narrow enough time frame to make it relevant as well, so the court will permit the statement from Pam Peebles if the state wishes to introduce that in its case in chief. So those are the rulings on each of those 3 evidentiary matters. Does the state have any questions on the rulings, Mr. Wixom? Any questions from the defense?
No, Judge. Thank you for your time and effort in this matter.
Okay, thank you. We'll just issue a very brief order referencing the court's findings on the record on those matters. So that's in the case. That'll conclude the ruling for this morning then. In terms of getting going on evidence, I'm not sure where if the jurors were coming in late, or would they be ready to be brought into the courtroom now?
Fine, they're ready to go.
Okay. If the parties are ready, we said we'd start at 9. We're a little early. Is the state okay to proceed, or do you need a minute?
I think we need a moment, Your Honor.
Okay, so you want to just start evidence at 9 o'clock?
If we could do that, Your Honor, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay, and that's what I mentioned yesterday, so we'll go ahead and get on the record at 9 with further evidence. We'll take a brief recess until then. I will note to the parties also, I did receive the juror affirmations from all the jurors this morning, and they're all here and have signed their affirmations, so we'll get started at 9 o'clock.
All rise.
Okay, well, we gonna stick with it and start at 9, because when you say start at 9, that's what they prepare for. So that's where we're sitting with him and starting with the testimony. I'll go ahead and finish up so that I can just say, oh yeah, I finished up the recap. Why not? Got nothing else to do. But first, I did want to say, I was trying to say hi to everybody, but it sprung up on me because I read too much. Oh, my recaps may be a little long, but I'll say it out loud because everybody likes to hear their voice said. I mean, their name said. So I'm going to say it. So good morning to Candy Bray, who comes in every morning, first off in the morning to say hi. I love it, and I thank you. Brian is here. Hi, Brian. Luna Lake is here. Scrolling. Wendy H was here, and I didn't see her because I was reading. Hi, Wendy. I'll put you up. Look, I'll put it right here. There she is. Hi. Oh, so we got Beanie is here. Hi, Beanie. Down. Paula Schofield is here. Hi, Paula. Stevie is here. Hi, Stevie. And Rebecca Komiska is here. Hi, Rebecca. Dana is here. Hi, Dana. And there we go. That's where we sit. So I'll just go ahead and finish this thing up that I was doing. So I left off with Bruce Mattingly. So Lindsay Blake actually questioned this attorney, which was interesting to see the back and forth between who's questioning whom. And I always like to see when a specific attorney does the questioning. I guess some firms do it differently. Some will say, well, they'll do a back and forth. Some will question, some women will question the women, men will question the men. It just depends on what they feel comfortable with. And this one is, Wixom did most of the questioning yesterday in the States Direct. So he was questioned about the unattended death in October 19th, 2019. This is in reference to Tammy Daybell, which we already know. He had learned that Tammy Daybell was the unattended death. He described talking to an officer about what the scene looked like. He spoke on the phone to Deputy, again, I have a feeling that it's Greenlauch. Like, I was thinking about it because if Murdoch pronounces his name Murdoch and with a at the end of it, and it's a GH at the end, I assume that would be kind of what this is after thinking about it. I put an F on it. That was, but that didn't, after looking at it, I go, that doesn't sound right. So I think it was Greenlauch or something like that. He also said law enforcement is not the one who determines whether to have an autopsy. The coroner makes that decision. There was not an investigation during the time of Tammy's death until later in 2019. he learned that the Rexburg Police Department and FBI were looking for JJ and Tylee. In Arizona, they were investigating the shooting of Brandon Boudreaux and the Charles Vallow incident. Blake asked Mattingly about Tammy Daybell's medical records. She asked if there was any indication of health issues. Mattingly said there were general health issues. She had been prescribed medication for wrist pain and medication for managing depression. Chad reported that Tammy had fainting spells, slowed down, and would become dizzy. I mean, that's the best way I could. I tried to describe it the best I could for what he was trying to say about her, and I just thought what he has said about her just didn't fit any of the witnesses who were speaking about how she was in her days up to her death. And again, you can watch the full testimony in the playlist. And the last witness for yesterday was a name that I can only pronounce if I'm looking at it. It's Kaiyak Kamanu. I can't do it. That is one of the most interesting names ever for me. I love it. I just can't say it. So I'm going to call him Detective Vincent because that I can pronounce. So Lindsay Blake questioned Detective Vincent, who was the last witness to take the stand. He also will be continuing this morning. He will be the first witness for this morning in continuation of, I don't remember how far they got. If they got to cross or not. I can't remember. It was a late night. By the time I got everything uploaded and stuff like that, the day was pretty much over for me, and I lost my train of thought. Okay, so anyway, he was a detective at the time of the case, working for the Fremont County Sheriff's Office and currently with the Madison County Sheriff's Office. Detective Vincent talked with Officer Greenlauch about an unattended death. He could not go to the call in 2019 because he was helping the Idaho Falls Police Department with an officer-involved shooting. During that time, he did not learn of anything suspicious from the unattended death, which was Tammy Daybell. No investigation was opened at that time after the unattended death. An investigation was later opened for Tammy Daybell. Detective Vincent was involved in Tammy Daybell's case in March 2020. He says, my main focus was Tammy. When he was involved in the investigation, he also assisted with locating and helping JJ and Tylee. And then Blake asked him about October 9th, 2019. The call had to be due to a suspicious event. It involved a gun or a paintball gun being pointed at someone. 911 calls were played in court, and Detective Vincent will continue this morning, as I stated. You can watch the first part of his testimony in the playlist, and that is it for the recap from yesterday. So, I'm looking forward to actually hearing the rest of his testimony from today. So, anywho, we have a few more minutes. Let's see if anybody else came in while I was reading. So I assume that pretty much everything with that motion is pretty much what we thought was going to happen with it, right? I mean, he's going to rule, or did he? Let me see. I want to see what he said. Let me see. I actually forgot to open up my info thingy. 1 second. Oh, it's good to see. Okay, I found it. I'm just going to read what was stated from the, so yes, he is wearing the red tie. I'm seeing it in the descriptions of what was going on. Let me bring this down here so I'm not looking at the sky. So yes, he's got the red murder tie on. So defense argued that the new testimony is hearsay. One of the items the state would like to introduce is a statement Tammy made to one of her coworkers regarding Chad wanting her to up her life insurance policy. State cites case law supporting the statement because it has to do with her physical health. Defense argues it has to do with her financial situation. Boyce says the statement is vague. Her coworker alleges Tammy said Chad wants her to up her insurance before she retires. There was no discussion she was preparing to retire, Boyce says. Boyce rules that statement will not be allowed, saying it represents hearsay. Denial is without prejudice, meaning it could be revisited to impeach defense arguments. Second statement in which Tammy told the coworker Chad called her a zombie, now being discussed. Boyce says he finds no case law to support the second statement admission. He will deny that as well, again without prejudice. Final motion, Tammy told a coworker she left the best she felt, again my dyslexia, she felt the best she has ever felt in her life. Boyce says there is case law supporting the statement's admission. State asks for a brief recess, and we will be back on the record with the jury. We return with Detective Vincent at 9 a.m. So we have 4 minutes before that happens. And that's where we are with that. So we'll put that sucker back up there. And we sit and wait. My recaps are just me reading, but I like to read and then interject my own opinions. Let me make sure. Let me get this up here so at least we can see. I'll put it that way. All right. So we get, I wish I could pronounce his name, Ka'ia Kamanu. I think is how it's, Ka'ia Kamanu is how I think it's pronounced. I've tried, I really do. I'm good with names that have an, if I think about the accent that the name is in, but I'm not sure if that's it. To me, that sounds Hawaiian, but I'm not sure what it is, where, what it derives from or wherever it comes from, but it's an awesome name, but it's a lot. And I also kept leaving out the K's. So we sit and we wait. Yeah. I struggled with it. I tried. And Blake, I think it's Blake, Lindsay Blake pronounces it very well. I'm sure she's practiced it quite a bit as well. So, how are you guys? How was your evening? Did y'all do what you needed to get done, or did you just go enjoy your time with your family and all that stuff? That's all I did. I just went and caught up on all the stuff that I haven't been able to catch up on lately. After I had done all the clipping and stuff that I needed to do. Last night was a catch up on my TLC shows that I keep saying I'm not going to watch because I don't like them anymore, but I keep saying, I can't. I have to finish these shows. I can't leave them in, halfway through the season. I have to watch what I started, or it'll drive me crazy. Stevie says maybe his name is from New Zealand. I don't know. Maybe something Pacific Island area, I would guess. But yes, that name is it's a lot. And I don't want to do him a disjustice by mangling it any more than I already have. So he gets to be called Detective Vincent. So something's flashing at me. I gotta put this in its place. There we go. There, now it'll stop flashing at me. Yep, they should be coming back any second. Did I miss Wendy again? She's probably listening in the background and keeps hearing me say her name. Uh-oh. Stevie says she's fighting something, but I'm expected to be well soon. I'm sorry to hear. It's this time of year. This time of year messes with all of the sinuses, and your whole head starts to feel weird, and you feel like somebody's got your sinuses in a vice. Yes, hope you feel better soon. Most likely, yeah. I'm looking to see. Yep, nothing yet. They never ever come back on time. So, but they're not too bad. They're not horribly late in this one ever. So it works out. So I'm going to be in the background for a second. I want to do the clipping that I need to do real quick before it's too late to do it. So you get to hear me jibber jabber while I clip.
All rise. District Court's again in session.
All right, if we could please have the jurors brought in.
All right, please. Here's our President County for your honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. All right, good morning. We're back on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. We're continuing evidence in the state's case in chief. We left off yesterday with Detective Kaya Kamanu on the stand in direct examination. I believe the state's still proceeding with more direct. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay, if you'd like to continue with testimony, Detective Kaya Kamanu is here. You can go ahead and take the stand and we'll allow you to continue on direct. I will note also, I received all of the juror affirmations and the jury is all here properly seated. So thank you again, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, for continuing to follow the court's instructions as you retire home each night. And with that, Ms. Blake, once you're ready, you can continue with your direct.
Your Honor, may I be handed back States Exhibit 107B?
Yes.
Detective Kaikamanu, when we left off yesterday, we had been talking about some searches linked to a Homer J. Maximus account. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And you had prepared an exhibit summarizing some of the searches that you located on that account. Is that correct?
yes,
Your Honor, I believe we left off with the state having asked permission to publish States 107B.
Yeah, we had the tech issue. I believe and hope that's all been sorted out. They worked on it for a while, so I think we've got things working. If those monitors don't work also, please make an indication, jurors, and you can publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I may have just a moment, let's see if I can get this fixed.
I was clipping, so I missed what she said she was doing. She prepping to, what is she doing? She's prepping to continue with Kaya Kamanu. I said it. I listened to the way the judge said it and it helped. Tech issues carry over into day 11. Morning, Cheryl. Luna's got me wanting to go take a nap now. It's nap time. Yes, I don't ever sleep well either. So I'm always in that I need a nap stage of life. This is an extensive tech issue. What did she say it was that she was going to play? Yeah, Candy, I told my husband we need to adjust our bedtime. I can't do the same bedtime I've been doing for 30 something years of our marriage because I need more time to be in there to try to get more sleep. But then I don't sleep, so it's a whole thing. Insomnia really is a pain in the butt. I envy anyone who can get in bed and fall asleep in 5 minutes or less. My husband was like that. He's, as you get older, I think that kind of wanes a little bit. And so now he's more on my level of taking longer to fall asleep. But the 5 minute thing was really annoying when you would be laying there and all of a sudden you hear him snoring. I'm like, ugh. And I'm there.
Thank you for your patience, everyone. Sorry about that.
Yay.
Detective Kaikamanu, does this look like the start of the PowerPoint presentation that you created?
Yes.
And can you remind the jury, who was that Homer J. Maximus account ultimately associated with?
Alex Cox.
And if we turn to the first slide, can you see the date on there?
Yes.
And what date is that?
October 8th, 2019.
And can you remind the jurors when the attempted shooting of Tammy Daybell occurred?
October 9th, 2019.
What is it about these searches on October 8th that caught your attention?
These searches, Alex Googled the 100-yard drop to 200 and 100 to 300.
And when we talk about a drop, can you explain what that is?
During shooting and sighting in your rifle with your scope, depending on how far you're out in yardage, a lot of times you will dial in that scope to a precise point of impact of your bullet. The drop of the bullet, the further you're out, the drop of the bullet tends to go down a little bit.
So essentially the idea being that from where you're standing, that's going to be where the bullet will go and where it will ultimately land or hit a target.
Correct.
And also in there, it looks like it was a 6.5 Grendel specifically.
Yes.
What kind of gun was recovered from an apartment associated with Alex Cox?
Alexander Arms 6.5 Grendel.
And then it looks like there's another date on there, October 9th of 2019. Is that correct?
Correct.
And there's some additional searches there. What about those caught your attention?
He searches just different uppers for ARs, muzzle energy brake of a 6.5 Grendel, and sizing of frog tog pants.
And breaking those down a little bit and actually going back to October 8th, was there anything else other than it being the 6.5 Grendel that stood out to you with these particular searches?
Not at this time to me, no.
And then on the October 9th, we've talked about the 6.5 Grendel. What about the frog tog sizing caught your attention?
There were some frog togs purchased on this same day at a different location.
And from your investigation, did you learn anything in relation to where those frog togs may have been purchased?
Yes.
And where was that?
Sportsman's Warehouse in Idaho Falls, Idaho.
Did you learn anything in relation or review anything in relation to where a device associated with Alex Cox was located that same day?
Yes.
And where was that?
Sportsman's Warehouse in Idaho Falls, Idaho.
Do you know what color those frog tog pants were?
Black.
And then when we go to the next slide, can you read the date of these searches into the record?
October 10th, 2019.
And can you explain what about these searches stood out to you?
On this day was after the attempted shooting on Tamara Daybell. And the next day, he is searching if an AR functions in cold weather, how an AR functions in cold weather. Hornady one shot shooting in cold weather. Also had a prep your AR to shoot in cold weather. He also is searching if mag rings shrink in cold weather.
Do you reside around the Fremont County area?
I do.
Have you resided there for some time?
Yes.
What are Octobers generally like in that part of the state?
Microphone, please, Mr. Pryor.
Objection, Judge. It's calling for speculation. He's talking in generalities and he has no testimony or knowledge of what the weather was like at any time this particular year.
Your Honor, he testified that he lives in the area and has lived there for some time. I think it would be
I
within his
agree, and
personal knowledge.
I'll overrule.
Thank you. If you can answer.
Can you repeat that?
What are the Octobers generally like in that part of the state?
Octobers get fairly cold in that month. Sometimes prior to that month, Octobers in eastern Idaho are hit and miss.
Do you know what the temperature was on that day?
I believe it was 26 degrees.
Judge, I'd like some foundation as to how he knew that.
Ms. Blake, knowing the precise, I agree, degree temperature would require additional foundation.
Did you do anything to look into what the temperature was that day?
I did.
What did you do?
I Googled and got on to the National Weather Service and put in that date, October 9th, 2019, to see what the temperatures were during that day.
And what were the temperatures?
26 degrees.
And if we go to the next slide, can you read the date of these searches into the record?
October 12th, 2019.
What about these particular searches caught your attention?
So this was after the attempted shooting on October 9th. On this search, he's Googling how to attach a ghillie suit, a cover to a ghillie suit. He's also Googling if a 6.5 Grendel will shoot through a windshield. He Googles the penetration through Dodge Dakota, 2008 Dodge Dakota steel body thickness, the thickness on the doors of a 2008 Dodge Dakota, and the gauge thickness of, or how thick 22 gauge steel is.
And if we break these down a little bit, can you explain what a ghillie suit is?
A ghillie suit's used a lot in the military, snipers. It's a cover that they can use for cover while in the weeds, the brush, the trees, so they're not seen.
And what about a 2008 Dodge Dakota stood out?
Tammy Daybell and Chad Daybell had a 2004 Dodge Dakota registered to them.
And again, a 6.5 Grendel was recovered from an apartment associated with Alex Cox.
Correct.
As part of your investigation, did you also look at some shooting range records?
I did.
Do you recall which shooting range you reviewed records from?
It was a sportsman's club located in St. Anthony, Idaho.
And Your Honor, I have what's been marked as States Exhibit 396 and 396A. Your Honor, I just handed the bailiff a courtesy copy for defense counsel, a copy for the court, and a courtesy copy for Your Honor.
All right.
And Detective Kaikemano, if you just look through those particularly Exhibit 396A. And Your Honor, while he's looking through those, I believe these are a stipulated to exhibit. The first exhibit 396 would be the affidavit of business records, and exhibit 396A would be the actual logs.
That is correct, Judge.
All right, those have been offered now and admitted, so 396 and 396A are both admitted exhibits.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
And Detective, do those appear to be the records that you reviewed?
Yes.
Were you able to determine whether or not it appeared Alex Cox had been at that gun range?
Yes.
And what did you determine?
Alex Cox didn't sign in as Alex Cox on these sheets. He did sign in as C. Quint, which C. Quint, or I should say C.P. Quint, is the license plate on his Ford F-150 truck. So on the sign-on sheet, the only letter that's missing in that is the P.
And were you able to determine how many times this C. Quint or Alex Cox had visited that gun range?
Yes,
How many times had he visited?
5 times through October 7th to the 15th of 2019.
And again, the attempted shooting of Tammy Daybell was which day?
October 9th, 2019.
And what day was Tammy Daybell pronounced dead?
October 19th, 2019.
As part of your investigation, did you also review some data recovered from a phone associated with Tammy Daybell?
I did.
And Your Honor, I have what's been marked as States Exhibit 108. It is a affidavit of business records in relation to Tammy Daybell's phone.
Thank you.
Give us a moment, Ms. Blake. We're going to verify the number here. I think we've already got 108 admitted.
Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Yes, actually, let me have the bailiff hand you the admitted exhibit for your review. Yeah.
Okay, a real quick sidebar. So this is really linking Alex with being the paintballer, because he searched for things that would penetrate a car that she owns. It's, even though on top of that, he also is using a name that is not his own to log in with, and I don't know, this is how in the world is defense going to explain this away? So the exhibits are, I put it in here. I gotta scroll back. There it is. So handed a new exhibit, financial records from gun range. So first we have his searches that, with the weather thing, and then the penetration of was it a Dodge Dakota, which is the kind of car she had, and then the financial records from the gun range. Cox was at the range under the name C. Quint. He was there 5 times from October 7th to October 15th, and now they're coming back.
All right, Your Honor, I think we have sorted that out. So State's Exhibit 108 was already admitted.
Yes.
The state would ask to have the witness shown State's Exhibit 291. Do you recall reviewing that particular email?
Yes, I do.
And Your Honor, there is a stipulation to admit the contents of Tammy Daybell's phone. This is one of the items retrieved from her phone. So the state would move for admission of Exhibit 291.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
All right, exhibit 291 is admitted.
And Your Honor, the state would ask for permission to publish.
You can publish.
And Detective, are you able to see who sent this email?
Yes.
And who was that?
Tammy Daybell from tammy.daybell@gmail.com.
And are you able to see who it was sent to?
Yes.
And who is that?
Mark Daybell at mark.daybell@missionary.org.
And can you see the date that this shows it as having been sent?
Yes. On 10/13/2019 at 2:38, or correction, 2:23:18.
And Your Honor, I'm going to pause to allow the jurors to read.
Okay, thank you.
And Detective, this was sent just 4 days after that attempted shooting, is that correct?
Correct.
And when we look at that second paragraph, are you able to see approximately what time Tammy says she arrived home that night?
Yes, approximately 9:15.
And are you able to see in there, actually, let me back up. Can you read the last couple sentences there, starting with "I looked up"?
I looked up thinking it was Dad or Garth to help me carry stuff in. Nope, it was a guy dressed all in black with a ski mask on, pointing a rifle at me.
And Your Honor, again, I'm going to pause to allow the jurors to read. And Detective Kaikamanu, could you read the paragraph starting with "I think I was," that first full paragraph into the record?
I think I was a bit in shock because I just said, "What do you think you were doing?" Then I noticed the rifle was actually a paintball gun. It had a hopper on top. The guy started pulling the trigger, and I could hear the clicking and whooshing sound of an empty paintball gun. He stayed standing by the back of the car, just pulling the trigger while pointing the gun at me. For some reason, I just kept asking him what he thought he was doing. At that point, I was actually more annoyed than scared because he was standing between me and the door and he didn't step towards me or even say anything. The scared part came after when my brain thought of things that could have happened.
And Your Honor, again, I'm going to pause to allow the jurors to read.
All right.
And Detective Kaikamanu, could you read the last sentence of that second paragraph, starting with on Thursday night?
On Thursday night, though, I didn't go to Zumba because I was quite understandably did not want to be out after dark alone.
And I'm going to go back to that paragraph that we were looking at previously. In there, Tammy refers to the paintball gun as a rifle. Is that correct?
Correct?
And she specifically references a hopper.
Yes.
And that's in reference to why she thought it was maybe a paintball gun.
Yes.
She also indicates the guy started pulling the trigger. Is that correct?
Yes.
In this, do you see where she indicates that she was scared?
Yes.
And in that last sentence that we just talked about, she indicated she was scared to go out alone the next night.
Yes.
And Your Honor, I'm going to ask to publish State's Exhibit 281A. It was admitted yesterday.
Okay, you can publish.
And Detective, we talked about this firearm yesterday. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And where was this recovered from?
This was recovered from Alex Cox's apartment.
And can you remind the jurors what type of firearm this is?
This is an Alexander Arms 6.5 Grendel.
And I think you have a pointer up there. But when we just looked at that email from Tammy, she specifically references a hopper or what she thought might be a hopper on the firearm. Can you again explain where on this firearm, if this were a paintball gun, where the hopper would be located?
Again, like I was referencing yesterday, the scope is on the top of the rail of the gun right here. On a paintball gun, it comes off right on the side and up right there.
So the hopper would be around the same location as this scope.
Yes.
We saw some searches about drilling a baffle to make a suppressor. Can you talk a little bit about what a suppressor is?
A suppressor is a device that can be screwed onto the end of rifles, handguns, miniguns that will make the bullet coming out quiet. Um, Sometimes people make homemade suppressors, which they have to drill holes. And you can also buy those wiggly.
Where on the firearm would you attach the suppressor?
The suppressor is attached right on the end of the barrel right there.
And Your Honor, I have what's been marked as State's Exhibit 281C. If I can have the detective shown a copy.
You may.
Detective, do you recognize that photo?
Yes,
And did you in fact take that photo?
yes.
And what is it a photo of?
This is a photo of the end of the rifle.
A close-up photo?
Yes,
Your Honor, the state would move for admission of State's Exhibit 281C.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
Exhibit 281C is admitted.
Your Honor, may I have permission to publish?
Yes.
And officer or detective, can you tell us what we're seeing on the end of that gun?
so at the end of the rifle right there, it's threaded. Um, a lot of times there's muzzle brakes on there, or you can take that muzzle brake off and thread a suppressor onto that.
Detective Kaikamanu, through your investigation, did you learn anything in relation to whether or not Alex Cox was in the area of the Daybell residence on October 9th?
Yes.
And what did you learn?
A device associated with Homer J. Maximus.
Judge, foundation.
It's Blake.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Kaikamanu, as part of your investigation, did you review reports of other investigators?
Yes,
And did you discuss the matter with other investigators?
yes,
And through your discussion and review, did you learn anything or review anything in relation to the location of a device associated with Alex Cox on October 9th of 2019?
yes,
Did you learn anything in relation to a device being in the area of the Daybell residence?
yes.
What did you learn?
On October 9th, 2019, a device that was associated with Alex Cox, known as Homer J. Maximus, was located going up and turning next to the Daybell residence and driving and making a turn and going back around the Daybell residence. This time frame was about 4:40, 4:55 p.m. to 5:03 p.m.
So 4 hours or so before the attempted shooting.
Yes,
And later in the day, that same device was at Sportsman's Warehouse in Idaho Falls. Is that correct?
yes,
Detective Kaikamanu, are you aware if any paintball guns were located in the residence associated with Alex Cox?
not that I'm aware of.
Are you aware if there were any other calls on October 9th that you found in relation to anyone else reporting a masked man pointing a rifle at them?
I did not find any.
You aware of any other reports around that time about a masked man pointing a paintball gun at anyone?
No,
So to the best of your knowledge, this was an isolated incident around this time?
yes,
Do you recall reviewing anything in relation to some geofence location data?
Yes,
What dates did you review that in relation to?
I got those geofence warrants through October 18th into October 19th, 2019.
And again, what day was Tammy pronounced deceased?
October 19th, 2019.
Did you end up receiving responsive data in relation to the geofence?
I did.
Which specific locations did you ask for that data for October 18th to October 19th?
I did two fences, one located at 202 North, 1900 East, which is Chad and Tammy Daybell's residence. And then I did another one at 3462 Salem Highway, which is the LDS church, just 2.6 miles south of the Daybell residence.
And with those geofence warrants, were you looking for a specific perimeter radius on those?
Yes, I did 150 meters.
And can you tell us a little bit about what data you initially got back in your request to those?
So when I requested information for data on any device coming through those through the geofences, I got a response from Google with a bunch of Google identification numbers.
What did you then do with those identification numbers? Can you talk us through that process?
So when we write a warrant like that, Google will send back the numbers that have been going through through the geofences. They don't come back with any names. And so we then had to write another warrant with those numbers to try and find out the associated name to those devices or those numbers.
Did you locate some specific numbers that you did something with?
I did.
How many numbers caught your attention in that initial response?
So the time I had the geofence warrants up, there were 4 numbers that had gone through both geofence warrants or locations.
Did you do anything to follow up on those 4 numbers?
I did.
What did you do?
I met with Detective Stubbs, who at the time worked with Rexburg PD, and he has knowledge on how the geofence works. And we went through the numbers. 2 of the numbers,
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. There hasn't been sufficient foundation to where this knowledge has come from. I've been somewhat patient.
Sustained.
Detective Kaikamanu, did you send in a second search warrant in relation to these geofence?
yes,
And did you receive responsive information?
yes,
And how many numbers did you request additional information for?
4.
And you were talking about having met with Detective Stubbs. Did Detective Stubbs initially recognize anything about those 4 numbers?
Judge, objection, that would call for hearsay.
Sustained.
Your Honor, if I may respond.
Well, I would re-ask. I think it was just going to elicit hearsay.
Did you learn anything in relation to those 4 numbers prior to getting the second return?
I did, yes.
And what did you learn?
Judge, again, it may call for hearsay.
Your Honor, this goes for why the officer did what he did next in his investigation, not for the truth of the matter.
Overruled. You can answer.
I learned that one of the numbers that had come back in my geofence warrant, Detective Stubbs already had that number, which was associated with Alex Cox on a different warrant that Detective Stubbs had wrote and got information back.
And in relation to the other 3 numbers, did you end up receiving responsive data on who those devices were associated with?
I did.
Did you do follow-up on that?
I got a hold of 2 of them. One of them I could not get a hold of.
What were you able to determine in relation to those other 3 numbers?
One of them lives in the Parker area, which is north of Chad Daybell's residence. And the other one lives on Trapper Lane, which is also north of the Daybell residence.
So would it have been normal for their devices to be in that area?
Yes,
In relation to the device associated with Alex Cox, What did you learn regarding that device?
The device that was associated with Alex Cox and Homer J. Maximus, and looking through the data, the night of October 18th, 2019, that device was at the Salem Church at 10:04 that night, or 10:05 p.m.
Sometime just after 10?
Correct.
Do you know how long the device showed as being located in that vicinity?
In correctional time, I believe it was 10:07 p.m. and it showed him there until 10:45 p.m.
And when we're talking about a geofence warrant, do you know what type of data they're looking at as far as placing a device there?
I believe that is off Wi-Fi and GPS.
So with the geofence, it's located there until 10:45 p.m. of October 18th, correct?
Correct.
Did you learn anything else in relation to that device as far as any later time that night?
That device shuts off or goes dormant and is no longer there. And it is later picked up at 11:53, roughly 7 miles south of the church.
Judge, could we identify what church he's talking about?
And is this the same church that you previously referenced?
Correct, the Salem Church.
And again, how far is the Salem Church from the Daybell residence?
2.6 miles.
So we know a device associated with Alex Cox is there from 10:07 to 10:45 p.m. Is that correct?
Correct.
And from there, we're not sure where the device is
Correct.
until 11:53 p.m.
Correct.
And at 11:53 p.m., can you remind us again where that's located?
It was located about 7 miles south of the Salem Church on Highway 20.
Through your investigation, did you learn who the last person besides Chad Daybell to see Tammy would have been?
Garth Daybell.
And through your investigation, did you learn where Garth Daybell was on the night of October 18th of 2019? October 18th of 2019.
He was at work.
Through your investigation, did you learn if he was at work all night?
I believe he got off around 1 o'clock in the morning.
Do you know where he was working?
He worked at that time, he was working at the Haunted Mill.
And what is the Haunted Mill?
It's October. The Haunted Mill is a haunted, scary attraction.
And it's seasonal.
Seasonal, yes.
When you looked at that geofence, did you get any return on a device associated with Chad Daybell?
No,
Not at either location.
no.
Did you later learn where Chad had indicated he was on October 18th into the morning hours of October 19th?
From other deputies' reports, he had told them that he had been home.
And yet no device was located in relation to Chad Daybell.
Correct.
So in your review, there's location data placing a device associated with Alex Cox near the Daybell residence on October 9th of 2019, correct?
Yes,
And on the night of October 18th of 2019?
yes.
Were you able to find any connection between Alex Cox and Tammy Daybell?
No,
Were you able to determine who Alex Cox knew in that area?
at that time, no. The only person that I was aware of would be Chad Daybell.
Through your investigation, did you become aware of some emails from Charles Vallow that he'd sent to, an email that he sent to Tammy Daybell?
Yes,
Did you also become aware of an email Charles Vallow sent to Chad Daybell?
yes.
Do you recall what the content or what the gist of the email that he sent to Tammy was about?
Email that was sent to Tammy was on June 29th, 2019. And Charles was reaching out to her school address, email address, and telling her that he had some information about an affair going on. He didn't go into too much detail because he didn't want to explain all that over email, and left Tammy his number to have Tammy call him.
And through your investigation, were you ever able to determine whether or not Tammy Daybell had contact with Charles Vallow?
I was not able to confirm that.
And in relation to the email Charles sent to Chad Daybell, do you recall the gist or content of that?
Yes.
And what was that about?
So Charles sent on the same day an email to Chad, telling Chad that he was aware of what was going on between him and his wife, and Chad needed to tell his wife, or Charles was gonna expose them. He was also aware that Lori had sent him some dance videos of her, and that was inappropriate.
Through your investigation, did you learn whether Chad and Lori were married?
Yes.
And what did you learn?
I learned that they got married November 5th, 2019.
And again, Tammy Daybell was pronounced dead on October 19th of 2019.
Yes.
Do you know when her funeral was?
October 22nd, 2019.
So just 3 days later.
Yes.
And I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake. Cross-examination.
Judge, would you like me to start or do you want to take a break?
Why don't you go ahead and start and we'll take a break here in about 20 minutes or so, if that works. Can we have the microphone, please?
Officer, if you would allow me to either call you Officer K or I'm going to mispronounce your name for the next 25 minutes.
That Officer K is okay.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Now, officer, you took the liberty of find this. Going through talking about your report about the emails between Mark Daybell and Tammy. Is that right?
Yes.
And Judge, I believe that was Exhibit 291. And if I could have 291.
Yes, we'll have the bailiff hand that to you or to the witness, Mr. Pryor,
Okay.
which,
Just to me. And Judge, if I could have permission to just publish.
you may publish that.
And officer, if you could tell me the date of that email?
10/13/2019.
Okay. And then that was obviously Dear Markey, that would be Tammy's son.
Yes,
Okay. In the very first sentence, it said, on Wednesday during the day, a lady pulled into the Price's driveway, grabbed their dog, drove off, right?
yes,
Then she went on to talk about what transpired about that and um, about where they tried to locate where the lady lived. Is that fair?
yes,
Okay, now, from your investigation, were you able to determine where Regan Price lives?
yes.
Where's Regan Price live?
Regan Price lives directly south of Chad Daybell's house.
Okay, and then that would be directly east of Joe Murray's house.
Correct. Yes,
So if we have if we can visualize this, we have Chad Daybell's property. And approximately how big is Chad Daybell's property? Do you know?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay, it's a more than an acre.
Yes,
Okay. And directly across the street from Chad Daybell's property is another house, correct?
yes,
And then kitty corner to the south and to the west would be Joe Murray, right?
yes,
And directly southeast of Chad's property would be Regan Price. Would that be fair?
yes,
Okay, so 4 houses all kitty corner from each other, and this is more of a rural setting. Would you agree with that?
yes,
And the houses are all on larger plots of property, correct?
yes,
But the houses themselves are relatively close in terms of location. Would you agree with that?
yes,
All of the houses on that particular corner, we heard on the 911, there was something about a flashing yellow light. And on that very corner, that's where all the 4 residences are located, pretty much on the corner of each of those, that intersection, right?
yes,
Okay, so relatively close together are these homes that we've established that, right?
yes,
Okay, so one of the close neighbors is this lady by the name of Regan Price, correct?
yes.
And she talked about how somebody pulled into their driveway and grabbed their dog. Do you recall when that took place?
Well, in this email, she's writing it on the 13th about the night of the attempted shooting. So I'm assuming it was on the 9th.
Okay, so if you look at the very first line to her, she's writing this on the 13th to her son, which was a short time after the paintball incident. She says on Wednesday, during the day with Reagan outside. So can we presume that it was that Wednesday of that week?
Yes,
Okay. So at that point, somebody grabbed Reagan Price's dog, took off, stole the dog and disappeared, correct?
yes,
And then now she says on the same day, you look down below to the second paragraph, right? You see that?
Yep. yes,
She was coming home from clogging. It was about 9:15 and she backed into the driveway. Okay. So the nose of her car was facing out of the driveway, correct?
yes,
Now, what I'd like to know is, you've been out to the house, right?
yes.
And how long of a driveway is that?
The front driveway, and I haven't measured it, but maybe,
I can make it easier for you if we could do it in
Yeah.
terms of an analysis. Would you be able to park 3 cars back to back in that driveway and not have any of them sticking out into the road?
maybe 2.5 to 3. Yeah.
Okay, 2.5 to 3 cars maybe,
Yeah.
right? Okay, so and from your experience as a police officer, do you know the length of what the average automobile would be?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay, but if we took the size of an average automobile and we multiplied it times 2.5, that's how much space we're talking about, right?
Yeah.
And if you were looking at this bench in front of us, how many cars would you say were the jury sitting, how many cars could you push back to back in front of this bench?
Probably about 2.
Okay, so if we're asking about 2.5, would it be fair to say that the driveway was from the end of that bench where this officer is?
Possibly.
Okay, so that's the length of the driveway. And at that point, from what I understand, according to this document, to Mark, she was getting some items out of the back seat and realized someone was at the back of the car. So she backed her car in and someone was behind her car. That would be near the garage. Is that the way you're reading that?
Behind her car, yes.
Okay, so someone was behind her car near the garage. She looked up thinking it was Dad or Garth to help her. Nope, it was a guy dressed in black with a ski mask on, pointing a rifle at me. And she did say the word rifle, didn't she?
Yes.
Okay. Then she went on to talk about that she was in shock because what do you think you were doing? Then the next line was starting with then. Would you read that next line for me?
Then I noticed the rifle was actually a paintball gun. It had a hopper on top.
Okay. Now, you know what a hopper is, right?
Yes.
You've seen a hopper?
Yes.
You know a hopper is different than a rifle scope, right?
Yes.
And you know that, Judge, I'm gonna. So in any event, you know that a hopper is a little different than a rifle scope, right?
Yes.
And you know that a hopper is a large composite of some kind container, right?
It's plastic container.
A big
Yes.
plastic container, right?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that it would be very difficult to confuse a hopper with a rifle scope, right?
I wouldn't agree with you on that if you're
Okay.
not sure what a rifle is with a scope on it or a
Okay.
paintball gun with a hopper.
Did you happen to go over the report of Coulter Cannon?
I did.
Did you happen to go over or discuss the case with Coulter Cannon?
A little bit. Yes.
Okay. Were you aware that when Coulter Cannon came up to the residence of Tammy and Chad Daybell, that he went in the house and looked at one of the Google searches that Tammy was performing prior to the police arriving? Do you remember that?
I was not aware of that.
Okay. Or did you happen to look at Tammy's email and searches on that computer to determine whether Tammy had looked at anything prior to the police arriving?
Not on her computer. No.
Okay. Were you aware that Officer Cannon walked up to the computer with Garth Daybell and Tammy Daybell and proceeded to look at pictures of paintball guns?
I was not aware of that.
Were you aware that during the Google search by Tammy Daybell, that she pointed to the actual paintball gun that she saw the gentleman holding that day?
I was not aware of that.
Okay, were you not aware of that because Coulter Cannon didn't include that information in his report well, not in his first report, right? That wasn't included in his first report, was it?
I didn't read that in his report.
Right. You didn't read it in his supplemental report either when he chose to supplement the report, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, Judge, previously we had stipulated to the admission of Defense Exhibit 14.
Okay, has it been offered or admitted yet, Mr.
I'm
Pryor?
going to offer it now, Judge, and ask that it be admitted. It was agreed to by stipulation.
Has the state reviewed Exhibit 14?
We have, Your Honor, but if I can be reminded of exactly what it is.
It's the Google,
All right.
it's the
Counselor.
searches, yes.
Well, let's do this. I want to go ahead and that may take a moment. I think it's a logical breaking point for our mid-morning recess. So I'll have the state review the exhibit that's been offered during the break. And let's try and come back on the record here in about 25 minutes or so. So about 10:35.
Thank you, Judge.
So where did we get with that? I'm having trouble with this trying to keep up thing with these posts. Sometimes the website keeps up and sometimes it doesn't. And then all of a sudden, sometimes it just disappears on me. And right now it's being finicky and trying to figure out where the tweets are left off. That's why Linda does it, because she's better at it than I am. So, oh, there, I saw that 3 minutes ago. That was the last thing. Kai Kamano says he understands the difference between a paintball hopper and a rifle scope. So Toby keeps hitting on something that may be a thing. Why did Tammy feel the need to name it a paintball gun? What was her reason behind that? When it's pretty obvious, in my opinion, that most people would be like, you point something at me, I'm going to automatically think it's a gun and not a paintball gun, or a rifle or something and not a paintball gun. I don't think pellet BB gun or anything like that, if I see it. That's why, in my opinion, the toy gun makers put that cap, the orange cap on the end of guns, because you're supposed to see that and know that it's not a real gun. But I don't see that on the paintball guns, the pictures that I've seen. I don't see that orange cap. That picture that they had up on the screen didn't have, was that a rifle or was that a paintball gun? See, even I can't tell you. So I think that's an interesting why that we'll probably never be able to answer, sadly. Why did she feel the need to call it a paintball gun? I'm looking back and I see kitty corner. So they said kitty corner, like you guys were saying in the chat. I say that. I say kitty corner. I hear some say catty corner. I guess it's a general area of wherever you come from. So in Idaho, they say kitty corner. So looking back, I wish this thing would update so I can read it in order. I can't tell the order. Pryor says it would be very difficult. Let me put this down here so I can. There we go. There you go. Pryor said it would be very difficult to confuse a hopper and a rifle scope. Kaya Kamanu disagrees, saying someone who does not know the difference could make that confusion. So Pryor says Tammy Google searched photos of paintball guns and pointed out the one she saw the night of the incident. He then says Kaya Kamanu did not know about that because it was not included in police reports. Voice calls for the mid-morning break. So there was some stuff that was stated prior to that, but that's the gist of where it ended. So I wanted to look back. So Pryor asked about the location of the attempted shooting in relation to the Daybell home and driveway. Price reported someone snatching. There's a lot. See, this thing is so following these texts or these tweets for me. Oh, I got an update. Good. I can now catch up. Hold on a second. Let me read this the way that it was, in order. Here we go. We're going to start over with this. So the last one that I put in the chat for you guys was Kai Kamanu did not get any info on devices related to Chad the night of the attempted shooting. He did not get location data for Garth, who was at work. Let me put this down here. Blake now asking about emails from Charles Vallow to Chad and Tammy Daybell. The emails address an affair between Chad and Lori. Kai Kamanu says Lori and Chad were married 3 days after Tammy's funeral. State ends direct, then Pryor goes to his cross. Pryor asks to call Detective Kai Kamanu Officer K, like me and Detective Vincent. But now I can say it because I listened to how the judge said it, and it helped. I understand that Pryor publishes the email introduced earlier, Pryor asking about one of the Daybell's neighbors, Reagan Price, who lives kitty corner, quotes, to the Daybells. Price reported someone snatching her dog earlier the week of the attempted shooting. Pryor now asking about the location of the attempted shooting in relation to the Daybell home and driveway. Kai Kamanu says he understands the difference between paintball hopper and a rifle scope. Pryor says it would be very difficult to confuse a hopper and a rifle scope. Kai Kamanu disagrees, saying someone who does not know the difference could make that confusion. Pryor says Tammy Google searched photos of paintball guns, pointed out the one she saw the night of the incident. He then says Kai Kamanu did not know about that because it was not included in the police reports. And then we are at the break. So he's trying. So this is a common thing that they try to do in cross exam, and that is to try to point away or look up things that have happened in the area. And I guess all they could come up with in this area was what was it again? Let me read that again. That was Price, the neighbor. Was it Reagan Price? There it is. The kitty corner lady reported someone snatching her dog. Okay, dog snatching is what was reported. I mean, I understand that. Yes, they it's the same thing that happened like in the Scott Peterson case, where there was a house broken into in that neighborhood, and they tried to use that to say that it was these people that did it and not Peterson himself, which I don't agree with. But so that is something that they do to try to look at other things in the area to see what is going on, and it's reasonable. But he didn't know about that because it wasn't included in the report. So, hey, Linda's, I just saw something. Sorry. Hi, Linda. She's probably in the chat by now. She will be in a second. Sorry. So let's see what y'all are saying. So the dogs are amazing. Okay. Oh, back to the doggies. Dogs are amazing. Dog's brain that is devoted to analyzing smells is about 40 times greater than ours. Yes, I absolutely keep telling my husband, I cannot believe that we have never had a Labradoodle. They are amazing. In fact, we're probably going to try to get a second one. I would like to get one from his bloodline, but we didn't purchase this dog. This dog was gifted to me. I didn't ask for it. We were asked to babysit the dog for over the winter, and the person who asked us to babysit the dog ended up going into the military and getting sent overseas or whatever, so they couldn't keep Ollie, and asked if I would like to adopt him. So of course, so Ollie's now mine, And I would struggle paying what was paid for this dog. It's in the multiple thousands. Oh, when I found out, I was like, oh, good Lord. But I am kind of probably going to get a second one. So he has a partner once my two girls are when they cross the Rainbow Bridge, because they are older and he's a baby. He's two and a half, whatever he is. And they are 12 and 13 or 13 and 14. I can never remember which. Something like that. So we will get a doggy for him so he has a mate. But yes, Labradoodles and Golden Doodles are the best personalities. They are quick learners. We're doing the whole teach your dog to talk thing with buttons. He's now he won't let me. I keep trying to take his paw and push the button. It's one of those things that, you can record your voice into it, and then they push it. He now knows we got different ones for different things, and when we have one for play ball, and we put it on the floor, and I'll tap it with my foot because I'm trying to teach him. You have to hit it, boop it with your nose, or hit it with your foot. We just got it a couple days ago, so we're new into this thing. But he's already equated the fact that the dog, or the thing that we have for this one, means play ball. So I push the button, I put it in the center of the room, I push the button on it, and it goes and gets the ball and brings the ball and sticks it right next to the button, and then sits there and looks back at the thing and then the thing and the ball, and he wait and looks up at me going, well, are you going to push the button again and you're going to throw my ball? So that's just in a couple of days. He's kind of learned to equate the two, that when this thing says play ball, it's time to go get the ball. So I need to teach him how to boop it so that he can tell me. And we have other ones that say mama and papa, and we got one that says outside, and we're trying to teach him to just because doodles require a lot of attention. They require a lot of interaction. And if you do not interact with them, they will lay on the floor and look at you and sulk. And it's a lot. So all night long, I have a ball that's next to me, and I throw it in the living room. So he goes and gets the ball and brings it back, and it's a whole thing. He has all his toys laid out, and when it's dinner time, he takes all of his toys and piles them right next to his dinner bowl and boops each one of them with his nose before he takes a bite. He makes sure all of his stuff is right where he can see it. It's a whole thing. They are awesome dogs, but they are a lot. Not only is the hair a lot, but they are personality-wise a lot. And they're sweet as heck. He is about he was born he was about a year when we got him. He was born on the 4th of July. So he's about 2.5 now. We've had him for about a year and a half, 2 years. I forget. I'm horrible at time frame. So I always forget to add years to my dog's age, and I have to go back to when I got them. I have to write that down and then count back, because I can't keep up with time and stuff like that. I'm horrible at it. But yes, doodles are great, but they require a lot of care. They do not do well alone. You have to have a second dog. You have to have a mate for it, and you cannot leave them alone for long periods of time. So we have him set to where he's always got somebody. Otherwise, they get upset and they start chewing stuff in the house, and they will rip stuff up. They love to pull all the stuffing out of all their toys. It's a whole thing. We go through lamb chops like they are, paper. He likes to shred paper. He likes to do all the things. He's very tactile. We're constantly picking up fluff everywhere. But I recommend them for people who have children who are on the spectrum. They are very good. They like a lot of attention. They like to be held and cuddled. And hugged, and he will come up to me and lay his head against my neck, and he'll push in if he knows like I'm really getting stimmy, meaning that I'm getting, my sensory stuff is a lot, and it's I'm getting really wiggly or whatever. He will come up and he will press up against me with his weight and help me. He helps me through when I have anxiety attacks. He lays across me and puts his full pressure on without me having to tell him. He'll just come up and do it. Once he starts to, I think he senses or smells when the sensory stuff is happening, because you put off hormones and stuff when all this stuff is happening, and they are majorly in tune to that. And he's a sweetheart of a dog. I really, really, absolutely am in love with this dog. Never thought in a million years that I would have a dog that was just connected to me. My girl is my little brown doggy, Roxy, whatever. She is glued to me. She never leaves my side. She's here now. She's right there. She stays right where I'm at. If I go upstairs, if I use the potty, she sits out in front of the door, in front of the potty, waits for me to get done. She goes into everywhere I go. She never leaves me. But yeah, doodles are a lot, and he loves to chase a ball. He loves to, do anything that keeps his mind active. So right now we're doing that. We're getting him toys where you can hide treats and stuff in the toys, and then he has to figure out how to get to the treat. Anything like that, they love that stuff. I wanted to get him the bark box or chewy box or whatever the heck it is, but that's a monthly thing, and that would be a lot. So my husband keeps us supplied in toys. I have 2 of the dogs play ball, and he likes to steal. I call them sister and brother. He likes to steal his sister's ball. He likes to, if my husband, we figured out this, in order to get both of them or be able to have both of them playing ball at the same time, you have to use 2 balls that are the same color, and you have to throw one way and one the other, because if you throw them at the same place, they will it'll be a battle to see who gets to the ball first. But when they're outside, he tries to get every ball thrown, no matter where it's thrown, who it's thrown to. It's all about him, and that you're throwing it for me. So yeah, it's a lot. So let's see. I want to see what you guys are saying. Going back up a little bit. I'm gonna see here. Tammy want to talk about the affair, and Chad decides to take matters into his own hands, or a combination of several motivators. Dobby will be my last dog. Dobby, is it Dobby? Or Dobby? Dobby? I think it's Dobby. Will be my last dog, and I hope another dog doesn't fall into my lap. That's I don't even want to think about that. When we lost our first dog, he was a purebred Yorkie. We had him for 16 and a half years. When he crossed the bridge, it took me 4 years to be able to be okay with getting another dog. We had cats then, dog and cats, but it took me 4 years to be okay before I could get a second dog. Then over the years, we've had these 2 here, so that's another 12, 13 years with these. And then we have him, so there'll be a buffer between these 2 when they cross the bridge and when we have him, and then we'll get a second doodle when we don't have when they're with my other dog, when they go to visit Gaston, my other dog. But I can't be without a dog. I have to have a dog in my life. Hi, Linda. Good to see you. I just saw your name in the chat. Luna Lake says, Toby is right about your dog picks, Brian. How about a greyhound to add to the mix? They super fast and could outrun a coyote. I'm sure Shirley the Prior was saying kitty. I don't know exactly how they actually pronounce that phrase, kitty corner, but I spell it cat like a kitty cat, even though it's probably the way you spelled it, Cheryl. I don't know if it's a Southern thing. I don't know how they say that in the South. I haven't been in the South since I was in my early teens, so I don't know. Tammy sounds so non-confrontational. She can't say gun when somebody points a gun at her, but maybe, or Lori put her foot down when Alex failed. I don't know. Mhm. People forget that poodles are actually hunting dogs, not just 1950s skirt decorations. No, I've not forgot. They're also bred for water. Their fur doesn't absorb water or whatever. They're good. They're water dogs, bred for water. I bet that was it. Lori whining on the phone about we can't be together. Toby, plus the insurance money. Lori wanted to fly off to Hawaii and get married, and you can't do that on Social Security benefits. Luna says, price like a Maine Coons. We had 3 back in the day. You notice I'm doing 2 conversations at once, right? To catch up. If I teach Dobby, I think it's Dobby, to talk with a button, the only one he'll learn is treat. Yeah, we haven't done that. We use the word snack. In fact, see if I say it. If I say it, they'll be like, what? So, well, sorry, who's brilliant? Addie, keep up. Oh. And then I think I said that. Yes, I did. I answered that one. I'm almost at the bottom. I'm almost there, people. Just 1 second. When Addie makes the machine say ball, he goes to get the ball. Yes. Yeah, when I put it and I push play ball, he goes and gets the ball and puts it next to the button. My thing isn't to get him to do that. My thing is for him to tell me to push the button to tell me he wants to play ball and then go get the ball. But right now he's equating that one that we push, the words play ball means to go get the ball and bring it. We're trying to figure it out. He may never learn to do it the way I think he should do it, the way you see it on the YouTube channels where dogs go and they have all these buttons laid out and they press the ones and they try to come up with sentences. I don't know how much I agree with that's the dog or it's just repetition for the dog. And if it's an actual conversation, I don't know. But it's just something to keep him occupied because he needs that. His brain is very active. Stephanie says, I immediately thought of Scott Peterson when you did the description. See? Yep. My Staffy is a Staffordshire. I forget the name. How do you pronounce that? My Staffy has the chewing thing. Oh my goodness. Some dogs like to rip the stuffing out of their pets. I mean, out of their stuffies. My Chug, I don't know what that is. I had a chewing thing, but he aged out of it. I don't care. I kind of like that they chew. It helps their teeth. It helps to keep their teeth clean. If they're constantly chewing on their toys and whatever, it kind of acts like a toothbrush. So they actually say that stuffies and stuff like that are actually good for their teeth. Candy says, if I could bring my girls with me to work, I would in a heartbeat. I hate leaving them and I can't wait to get home to see them. I'm always home, so they are hardly ever left alone. And if they are, it's only usually for if we go to dinner or something for an hour or two, and then we're back home. But I'm odd. I will turn Alexa on dog soothing music. So they're listening to music while we're gone. I don't know if it helps, but it makes me feel better. Stevie says, I have a lot of traits in common with you, Addie. Oh, God, I hate saying my name. As far as I know, I'm not autistic. I'm just weird. But the anxiety that starts escalating, you can be ADHD too. There's a lot of things that are neurodivergent that are not specifically autism, but they are part of the neurodivergent spectrum, whatever. Some families will have a child who's on the spectrum, and the one next to the next one up to the child may not necessarily be on the spectrum, but they may have a lot of the same traits. That because ADHD and autism can be one and the same, which is I have that. Everybody in our house is both. We have ADHD and we have autism. I don't like to say have autism because that makes it sound like it's a disease, but it's not. We are autistic and also ADHD. Person with autism or autistic person. So yeah, I mean, if your brain is like really active, you can tell if you're ADD, ADHD, all the things. And I think that ADHD for an adult is different than ADHD for a child. Kids are more active, running around. They never stop. In my case, I still am very active and all this stuff. And you can see I use my, but yeah, it is what it is. I notice myself and other people. Here comes the
All
court.
rise. District Court again in session.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. We'll have the jurors return to the courtroom, please.
Okay. So while they're doing that, I'll try to see if I'm almost caught up. Let me see. I'm taking Dobby to my volunteer work in his stroller. Left home alone, he'd cry, and I've got neighbors on 3 sides to annoy. Dobby as in hobby. That's what I thought it was. Sorry. Oh, I'm so bad about the Harry Potter thing. John Yates is a major Harry Potter fan, and he
Perhaps while we're having the jurors brought in, let's do go on the record, CR 2221-1623. There was a question on Exhibit 14 and whether or not that would be admitted by stipulation. Did council resolve that?
Your Honor, I have had a chance to review that, and it is data recovered. It's a report referencing data recovered from Tammy Daybell's phone, and the contents of her phone were stipulated to. So we wouldn't have an objection.
Okay, so we'll just go ahead and admit Exhibit 14 once the jurors return, so they hear that.
Judge, I have a picture as well, and the state has a picture of their own. I guess we're gonna play dueling pictures. Mine, I'd like to mark as 14A. I don't know what the state would like to have theirs marked as.
Yes, it was the photo that Mr. Pryor showed us and then didn't actually move for admission of because we hadn't seen it before today. We would not object to the admission of that photo.
Can you use the microphone, please? We just got to get the record of this, Mr. Pryor.
And Judge, I also just saw their picture today, so I will stipulate to the admission of their picture as well. But mine is 14A if the bailiff wants to.
All right. Are you requesting that the bailiff retrieve that exhibit so it can be marked?
So it can be marked and accepted, Judge, as 14A.
Thank you, Mr. Bailiff.
I love Mr. Bailiff.
And we can have the jurors brought in once they're ready.
Let's go.
Thank you.
All right, please.
All rise.
Here's our President Counter for your honor.
Thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record. The jurors have returned and are properly seated. I'll note the parties were able to review those exhibits and have offered, and at this time the court will admit Defense Exhibit 14 as well as Defendant's Exhibit 14A, both admitted. You can continue with the cross-examination, Mr. Pryor.
Judge, if we could put the monitor back up with what I was discussing, which I believe was Exhibit 291. Now, officer, prior to taking our break, I think I was talking about the third paragraph down. And would you do me a favor and read the first two sentences of that?
Are you referring to the one where it says?
I think.
Okay. I think I was a bit in shock because I just said, what do you think you were doing? Then I noticed the rifle was actually a paintball gun. It had a hopper on top.
Then the next line says, the guy started pulling the trigger and I could just hear the clicking and whooshing sound of an empty paintball gun. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. He stayed there standing by the back of the car, just pulling the trigger while pointing the gun at me. For some reason, I just kept asking him what he thought he was doing. Now, she did say in the sentence, just pointing the gun at me. And we don't know whether she meant a gun or whether she meant paintball, correct? Because she identified it as a paintball, but she did use the gun on that sentence, correct?
Yes.
But we don't know whether that was a mistake or whether she just decided not to type the word paintball in, right?
Correct.
Right. Okay. Then I just asked him at what point I was actually more annoyed than scared because he was standing between me and the door and he didn't step toward me or even say anything. Okay. Okay. So from what I understand, when she was backing up, then the front of the door is really right next to the garage, right?
If I remember right, yes, it's a little sidewalk up to the garage or
Yeah.
to the main door.
And that sidewalk's probably less than 5 feet, correct?
I couldn't testify to that. I'm
It's a
not sure.
short sidewalk.
Okay.
though. Well,
I-
not okay. Do you
I can't testify to that.
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel's adding facts, not in evidence.
That's sustained, and in addition, please don't talk at the same time as each other, Mr. Pryor. Wait for a concluded answer before you ask a new question.
Would you agree that it's a short sidewalk from the gate into the yard to the front door?
It is a short sidewalk, but I can't testify to how long it is.
Okay, that's okay. Now, from this description, this person was standing between the door and the garage at the very back of Tammy's, where Tammy's car was backed in, correct?
Yes.
So in other words, that was something that was at relatively close range. Would you agree with me?
Yes.
And in that sense, being at such close range, you'd probably get a pretty good look at what type of instrument was being pointed at you. Would you agree with me in that regard?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Would you agree with me in that regard? When it's something that close to you and you're looking at it, you'd be reasonably certain about what you're looking at, correct?
It was in the daylight.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Now, we can all agree that the manufacturers of paintball guns make them in various shapes and sizes, correct?
Yes.
And the manufacturers of these guns get some benefit by making some of these guns look similar to weapons, right? Real weapons.
Yes.
And they can make them quite authentic at times, correct?
They can be, yes.
Right. But there is one thing that distinguishes a paintball gun between a real gun, and that is a hopper, correct?
Like you just mentioned before, the manufacturers are coming out with new guns. So yes, a hopper is one, but there's many other ways that paintballs can fit into a rifle without a hopper.
Okay, okay. So in other words, unless we actually had this weapon in hand, we really don't know which one it is. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay, okay. Now, please correct me if I'm making a mistake, but without a suppressor, a AR-15 is a very, very loud gun, isn't it?
Yes.
And even with a suppressor, an AR-15 is not silent. It still makes a pretty loud noise, doesn't it?
It depends what kind of ammunition you're using.
Okay. Well, what kind of ammunition was in this gun?
That I don't know.
Well, you don't even know if it was a gun, do you?
I know it was a paintball gun or a rifle that she referred to.
Okay. Okay. But depending on the ammunition, there's still going to be a loud noise, right?
Are you asking with the suppressor on or off?
With the suppressor on, there's still going to be a noise, right?
There will be a noise, but not as loud depending on what
Okay.
ammunition you're using.
Okay. And when you're just several feet from the front door of a house with Garth Daybell and Chad Daybell inside the house, you would think they would have heard a gun if even with a suppressor, you think they would have heard the rifle shoot, right?
Again, it depends on what ammunition is being
Okay.
shot through the gun.
But what we do know and what we're certain of is that when a paintball gun is shot, they can't change the fact that there's a whooshing noise, can they?
There's a popping noise with the clicking,
And a whooshing noise.
whooshing and popping.
Right. Okay. Okay. So when Tammy Daybell in this report talks about the whooshing noise that she heard, sounds like she's describing the whooshing noise from a paintball gun.
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike. Counsel's testifying.
Sustained.
Did it sound from this this email that Tammy Daybell's describing the whooshing noise of a paintball gun?
She said she heard a clicking and whooshing.
Okay. Okay. Now, we move further down and we talk about where it says the thought crossed my mind to hit him with my clogging shoes. Looked toward the house and yelled, Chad. They ran off around the north side of the house. You see that?
Yes.
Got Dad and Garth. They looked outside, couldn't find him, called the police, reported it. Then she uses the term, they suspect it was a bipolar teenager who lives down the street and walks around a lot, but Matt Price has an even better theory, right?
Yes.
Okay. So it's really unclear who they say they suspect it was a bipolar teenager. They don't know if we're talking about the police told them or whether it was Chad and Garth said it was a bipolar teenager. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. So when Officer Coulter was on the stand, I had spoken to him about the fact that in his report, he didn't mention anything about a bipolar teenager running around the neighborhood harassing people. Were you aware of that at the time of this offense?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Were you aware of the fact that there was a bipolar teenager running around the neighborhood? Maybe I want to be careful with my words. Contacting the people in these neighborhoods?
I was not.
Okay. And are you aware whether or not you ever discussed that with Officer Coulter?
I can't recall if I did or not.
Okay. Did you discuss that with any of the other officers who were there at the time of this paintball incident about this bipolar teenager?
I did not.
Okay. Then we go on and we talk about his theory and his theory is that the crazy dog lady brought her husband back to steal the dog again. They had parked on the road and had snuck through the cow fields and he was going to cut through our front yard. So that's a couple of things. Park down the road, cut through the cow fields. Is that the Daybell's cow fields?
I can't testify if that's what she's referring to, because
Okay.
there are a couple others out there.
Yeah. But there are cow fields next door to the Daybells. The Daybells have a pasture behind their property as well, correct?
Yes,
And then they said they were going to cut through our front yard. So that would mean Chad and Tammy's front yard, correct?
yes,
When I pulled up and startled him, he didn't know what to do. So he panicked and tried to menace me with his not real gun. So at that point, she's pretty clear that she knows it's a not real gun. Would you disagree with that?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation as to what Tammy knew.
Sustained.
Well, she put in a,
Objection, Your Honor, narrative.
Yeah, Mr. Pryor, I ruled on it.
Okay.
So I'll ask a different question.
so after the line that says it was a not real gun and then ran off back across the field, which would explain why he ran across the side of the house. I never heard a car and we couldn't find anywhere. You see that?
yes,
And then she wrote, it's actually a pretty good theory. You see that?
yes.
Did you guys interview Regan Price?
We spoke with Regan Price, yes,
Okay. Did you talk to Matt Price?
yes,
Okay. And did they confirm the fact that someone stole their dog around the close in time to this occurrence?
I'd have to go back to my report. I know we spoke with them after this incident, quite a ways after this.
Okay. But you do know that this incident with the dog, I believe it occurred on the same day that the paintball gun took place. Is that right?
Yes,
And the issues about the bipolar teenager running around the neighborhood, that was close in time as well, correct?
that was Matt's theory, yes.
Okay. And then finally, honestly, would you read the word honestly down to the end of the paragraph?
Honestly, I just kept wondering what kind of person walks around with a ski mask on, carrying an empty paintball gun. Bipolar doesn't mean you want to hurt people, so I'm leaning more towards Matt's theory. The guy didn't try to rob me or even really hurt me. On Thursday night, though, I didn't go to Zumba because I quite understandably did not want to be out after dark alone.
So in this particular incident, it's saying that I'm leaning towards Matt's theory. The guy didn't try to rob me, or the guy didn't try to hurt me. So she wasn't threatened by someone holding a paintball gun like a rifle, right?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation and mischaracterizes this email.
Sustained.
And Judge, I need to go back to I'd like to go back to 232B and I'd like to republish that for the jury, Judge.
All right, we'll have the bailiff provide that to you, Mr. Pryor.
And Judge, if we could just wait till I get it brought up. I think I'm ready, Judge. Let's hope.
All right, you may.
Minutes, 20 seconds.
Fremont County Sheriff's Office. Hi, I need to report something. Okay, go ahead. What's the address? Okay, at 202 North, 1900 East, the corner with the blinking yellow light on Salem Highway. Is it a suspicious person? Yes. Okay, what was he wearing? He was all dressed in black and he had a ski mask on. And he's at the blinking light now is where you saw him? No, he's gone now because I pulled up into our driveway and I was getting stuff out of the back seat of my car and suddenly he was there and he had a paintball gun and he was and like he was going to shoot at me. And I kept asking him what he was doing because I could tell it was a paintball thing. Okay. And then he just kept doing it. So I yelled for my husband and then he took off running around the back of my house. Okay. Give me just 1 minute. Stay on the line with me. Okay.
October 9, 2019, 21 hours, 50 minutes, 28 seconds.
That was north 1900. Yes.
October 9, 2019, 21 hours, 50 minutes, 43 seconds.
In what direction he was going? He went behind my house and it's so dark out here and I just went in the house and got my husband and son and then they went out and looked and he was long gone by then. Okay. So he was on the north side of my house is where he went to get away. Okay. He didn't say anything or he just kept like he was holding the gun like he was, had a rifle and just shooting at me. So. But nothing came out of the gun either, so I don't think it was loaded. Okay, and what is your name? My name is Tammy Daybell. Okay, I will pass your information on to my deputies. We actually just had a previous call about this individual, so they're out in the area looking now. Okay, yeah, I think it was my son-in-law who lived diagonal from us that called you guys already. Oh. So we just wanted to make sure it got reported. So let's see. And what's your son-in-law's name? Joseph Murray. Okay. Yep, it was him. Okay. So, all right. I have a deputy that will be out at your home here shortly. Okay. Thank you. Yep.
At some point, Judge, I'm also going to need 232.
Into the microphone, please, Mr. Pryor.
I'm also going to need 232A at some point, but I'd like to discuss 232B. You listened carefully to the 911 call from Tammy Daybell. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, she said paintball a number of times during that 911 call, correct?
A couple times, yes.
And then at the end, she said, holding the gun like he was holding a rifle. She never said he was holding a rifle, did she?
I think you just stated it. He was holding a gun like the rifle.
She never said she was holding a rifle, did she?
Objection, Your Honor. The audio speaks for itself.
Sustained.
Okay. There was no discussion about a specific rifle. Was it not the manner in which the gun was being held? That was what we heard?
There's no specific rifle that she named, no.
Okay.
There was no specific rifle that she named.
Okay. Well, she didn't even say it was a rifle, did she?
She said a gun and a rifle.
Well, she said a gun holding like a rifle. Isn't that what she said?
Objection, Your Honor. Again, the audio speaks for itself.
Sustained.
Judge, I should be allowed to go into whether or not the manner in which.
Then replay that section, Mr. Pryor,
Okay.
if you want to make it clear, but to just keep
Okay.
asking on the audio we just listened to is improper.
Bailiff, could I have 232 again, please? I think I want A. Thank you. So Judge, again, we'll ask to publish 232A again.
I believe we just published 232B.
backwards, excuse me.
Okay.
I apologize. I think I'm ready, Judge.
Go ahead.
20 seconds.
Fremont County Sheriff's Office. Hi, I need to report something. Okay, go ahead. What's the address? Okay, at 202 North, 1900 East, the corner with the blinking yellow light on Salem Highway. Is it a suspicious person? Yes. Okay, what was he wearing? He was all dressed in black and he had a ski mask on. And he said the blinking light now is where you saw him? No, he's gone now because I pulled up into our driveway and I was getting stuff out of the back seat of my car and suddenly he was there and he had a paintball gun and he was and like he was going to shoot at me. And I kept asking him what he was doing because I could tell it was a paintball thing. Okay. And then he just kept doing it. So I yelled for my husband and then he took off running around the back of my house. Okay, give me just 1 minute. Stay on the line with me. Okay.
October 9, 2019, 21 hours, 50 minutes, 28 seconds.
That was north 1900 East? Yes. Okay.
October 9, 2019, 21 hours, 50 minutes, 43 seconds.
In what direction he was going? He went behind my house and it's so dark out here and I just went in the house and got my husband and son and then they went out and looked and he was long gone by then. Okay. So he was on the north side of my house is where he went to get away. Okay. He didn't say anything or he just kept like he was holding the gun like he was, had a rifle and just shooting at me. So, but nothing came out of the gun either, so I don't think it was loaded. Okay, and what is your name? My name is Tammy Daybell. Okay, I will pass your information on to my deputies. We actually just had a previous call about this individual, so they're out in the area looking now. Okay, yeah, I think it was my son-in-law who lived diagonal from us that called you guys already. Oh, so okay. I just wanted to make sure it got reported. So, let's see. And what's your son-in-law's name? Is it Joseph Murray? Okay, yep, it was him. Okay. So, all right, I have a deputy that will be out at your home here shortly. Okay, thank you. Yep.
So we can agree then that the 911 call would speak for itself, right?
Correct. Having a rifle and shooting at her.
Having a rifle and shooting at her.
Having a rifle and pointing at her.
Is that what you heard?
Yes.
Okay, but I guess we can let the jury make a determination about what they heard, right?
Yes.
Now, we previously talked to, and Judge, I'm going to ask to publish 14A.
All right. Do you have that with you?
I do, and it's already been admitted and accepted.
Okay, 14A may be published.
Now, officer, you're looking at what's been marked as Exhibit 14A, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, there's a big black round thing on the top of that gun. Do you know what that is?
That's a hopper.
Okay, and it's pretty distinct, right?
Yes.
Pretty clear to identify that it's a hopper on the top of a paintball gun, correct?
Yes.
So if someone is in a situation where they're looking at something and they're clearly able to determine that there's a hopper on the gun, this would be a situation where they'd be able to clearly see that there's a hopper, correct?
If they're clearly able to see that, then
Right.
yes.
Okay. So if someone through their testimony talks about being able to clearly see that there's a hopper on a gun, that's a distinguishing that's a distinguishing feature of a paintball gun. Is that correct?
If they clearly see it, yes.
Yeah, and if they're able to identify the fact that a particular paintball gun has a hopper and they can identify the hopper, it's obviously they saw a hopper, right?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
But you spoke about it a little earlier where you said they're now designing paintball guns that look like rifles.
Yes,
And they're being very creative in doing that, correct?
yes,
In fact, I would suggest to you that there are instances where people have manufactured paintball guns to make the scopes on a gun look like a hopper. Correct?
Are you suggesting that to me
Yeah,
or asking?
Yeah,
me?
I'm suggesting that, asking you that.
Possibly.
Possibly. Okay. So if that were one of those special guns where they created a gun that had something on it that looked like a scope, someone could confuse the difference between a scope and a hopper, right?
Yes,
But if someone specifically says they saw a hopper on a gun, there's no,
Objection, Your Honor, this is going to call for speculation.
Sustained.
clearly that was a picture of a hopper on the gun, right?
during the day, yes.
Yeah, and you're able to distinguish that very clearly, right?
In the daylight, yes.
Oh, you telling me that there's a difference? You wouldn't be able to tell that in the night on the back of a porch with a light on?
Objection,
Oh.
Your Honor, argumentative.
Sustained. And strike the answer.
Are you aware of that there are lights on the front of the garage of the Daybell residence?
I was aware on that last call you played that Tammy Daybell said it was dark outside.
Right. But you didn't hear anything about the fact that there were lights out there or that the garage and the driveway was illuminated, right?
I didn't hear any of that.
Okay. I didn't know if I heard an objection or not, Judge, to that.
Withdrawn.
Go ahead.
But you did note that she identified it as a paintball gun, didn't she?
She used that with the rifle and gun.
Okay. And whooshing sound, right?
Correct.
Now, Judge, I believe that Exhibit 16 was previously admitted. If I could have the bailiff bring me Exhibit 16. And Judge, if I could just have a moment, please.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Officer, are you aware as part of your investigation that Tammy Daybell sent out a Facebook posting to what she described as the Friends of the Salem Ward? Do you recall looking at something like that?
I remember she sent something out on that, yes.
Okay, okay. You don't have a recollection of what it said though, probably, correct?
Not exactly.
And Judge, could we publish Exhibit 16?
You may.
I have it ready to go, Judge, whenever the clerk is ready. Okay, I don't know if I can expand that or not, Judge. No. Are you able to read that, officer, on your monitor?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead. Would you read that email for me?
Something really weird just happened and I want you to know so you can watch out. Had gone home and parked him out front out in our front driveway. As I was getting stuff out of the back seat, a guy wearing a ski mask was suddenly standing by the back of my car with a paintball gun. He shot at me several times, although I don't think it was loaded.
Okay, you can stop there. So again, and this email that you said you reviewed was to the Friends of the Salem Third Ward. Do you know what the Salem Third Ward is?
Are you referring to the Facebook or the email?
Facebook, the Facebook here that was sent out.
Okay, I'm not just a church ward,
Okay,
the Salem Third Ward.
okay. You've heard of that before? You've heard
Yes.
of the Salem Third Ward before?
Well, I'm assuming it's their church they go to out that way.
Okay, you don't know how large of a ward that is or how many members they communicate to, right?
I don't.
Okay, but you do know that she got on there at this point and discussed the incident that took place, correct?
Yes,
And did she ever use the term rifle in this Facebook posting?
no,
Did she ever use the word gun?
no,
But she did use the word paintball gun, correct?
yes.
Okay. All right, Judge, I'm done with that. Thank you. And Judge, I have, well, if I could just have a minute again, Judge, I apologize.
It's fine.
Now, Judge, I need the court to advise whether or not Exhibit 15 has been admitted or offered for admission.
We'll check. No.
And I guess I have to pull this out and Judge ask that the court, I think this is by stipulation of the parties. Exhibit 15 has been stipulated by the parties to be admitted, and I'd ask it to be marked and accepted with the court, Exhibit 15.
All right, I'll confirm with the state.
Yes, Your Honor, I believe that this is a segment of the data recovered from Tammy Daybell's phone, and the contents of her phone have been stipulated to.
Okay, so exhibit 15 is offered and will be admitted.
Now, before I go into Exhibit 15, Officer, you discussed that you did a lot of discovery and looking at what was the term you used? What?
Geofencing?
Geofencing. And when you're looking at phone records and emails and Facebook postings, sometime there's a reference after the time that indicates the letters UTC. Are you familiar with what UTC means?
I've heard the term, I'm trying to think, I believe it's a couple hours off of certain time zones.
Okay. And are you aware that in Idaho, it's a universal time zone equation that they put together, right? So that the whole world is on the same time zone, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Right. And are you aware that Idaho is on when there's a UTC, you have to actually subtract 6 hours from the time that's noted on a UTC. Does that sound about right?
I know you had to subtract I'm not sure if it's 6 hours, but yes, I do know you had to subtract some hours.
Do you have any reason to believe that it's not 6 hours?
No,
Okay, okay. Now, I'd like to go back to the call from Tammy Daybell, and if you don't remember, it's fine. But the call to 911, do you recall what time that call was made? Is
I
there
know.
some kind of report you could refresh your recollection with quickly?
well, I know there was 2 that came in, one from Joseph Ryan and Tammy. I believe hers was around 9:41.
Okay. Okay, and then hers was 9:41
I believe so.
or 9:51, somewhere in there.
I'm not 100% sure on that, so I guess I can't testify truly on that.
Okay, okay, but it was clearly after 9:30 though.
Objection, Your Honor. The officer just said he couldn't testify to that.
Sustained.
Okay. Okay. Judge, I'd like to put up exhibit 15 for publication.
You may publish.
I'm ready, Judge, whenever the clerk is. I'm showing it, Judge. I'm not sure what.
All right, we'll see if we could get someone to maybe take a look at.
Oh, I think we're there.
Okay.
I just had to wiggle a little. I had to wiggle the cords a little bit. Okay, so can you see that from your screen, officer?
Yes,
Okay. And I would represent to you that this was off of Tammy Daybell's account, stipulated by the parties as a retrieval of her Google searches. Can you read the very first one?
search for a paintball gun,
Okay, and
paintball
then
guns.
we talked about the UTC and well, I guess I suggested it was 6 hours. You didn't really specify, but would you read the date of when that was done, that Google search was done?
October 10th, 2019.
Okay, October 10th, 2019. And the time on that, the UTC time would be what?
If it is 6 hours, it would be 9:29,
On the 18th.
correct?
Okay.
On the 10th.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. All right. So the day that this incident took place was what?
October 9th.
Okay. And the UTC, if it goes back 6 hours from AM at 3:29 AM on the 10th, going back 6 hours, wouldn't that put us at 9:30 on the 9th?
Yes,
Okay, so at well, actually, let's
Well-
be clear, 9:29 on the 9th, right?
yes,
Okay, so at 9:29 on the 9th of October, there was a Google search by Tammy Daybell searching out paintball guns, correct?
correct.
Now, I don't remember seeing a discussion with Officer Coulter in I guess it was his second report, where he talked about that Tammy Daybell did a Google search on paintball guns.
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel's testifying.
Did you see that? in his-
Wait. Objection pending, it's sustained.
Did you see a reference in Officer Coulter's second report about Google searches at 9:29 on the 9th of October?
No,
Okay, well. Your previous testimony was that Tammy Daybell made a 911 call sometime 9:41 is what you recalled. But the Google search occurred at 9:29. Is that what you see?
yes,
So what we can gather from that is that Tammy Daybell, after this incident, did a search of paintball guns and then 10 minutes later called 911, right?
yes.
Okay, do you remember what the date of the Facebook posting was when she posted that Facebook?
I do not recall that date.
Okay. And then let's move down a little bit. The next one.
Search for an airsoft guns,
Okay. And again, the time.
October 10th, 2019 at 3:29.
So basically, if we go back to UTC time, we're back at around 9:30 again, right?
Yes,
So her Google searches at that point, and just for everybody's edification, we don't need to go down the other ones because they're not relevant to this, but the first two, the first one was a paintball gun search at 9:29, right?
yes,
Then she looked for an airsoft gun search at 9:29, right?
yes.
Did she ever look for a rifle?
She did not.
Did she ever look at any other shotgun?
She did not.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Baylor. Nobody was there from your agency at the time of this incident with Tammy Daybell and this person. Is that correct? That she was allegedly shot at,
We responded to that.
but nobody was
Yeah.
there when it occurred.
Correct.
And in fact, Chad wasn't there either, right?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Well, you know from the report that Tammy talked about Chad and Garth coming out afterwards, correct?
Yes,
And there's no indication at the time of this occurrence that there was anybody other than a masked man and Tammy Daybell. Is that right?
and in Tammy's email, Chad and Garth.
Well, Chad and Garth were inside the house, right?
Yes,
Okay. So at the time of this alleged shooting, the two people would be a masked man and Tammy Daybell. Would that be fair?
outside of the residence, yes.
Okay. So the best person to determine what type of instrument this was would be one of the people who was there at the time, right?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Your Honor, may I word I or native objection?
Well, just the way that question was phrased, I'm overruling that. It was just of the two. Go ahead and re-ask the question, Mr. Pryor.
The best person to determine what type of instrument that was would have been Tammy Daybell, correct?
One of the
Objection, Your Honor.
Grounds.
It calls for speculation. May I have word I or native objection?
Go ahead.
Detective Kaikamanu, did you ever have an opportunity to speak with Tammy Daybell?
No,
Did you ever determine her knowledge of firearms?
no,
Do you know her experience with paintball guns?
no,
Do you know her experience with firearms?
no,
So do you know if she'd be able to tell the difference?
no.
Your Honor, I'd object to that. It calls for speculation.
All right, well, I am going to overrule it on the speculation objection, but of course you'll be able to redirect Ms. Blake.
Yeah. So again, you actually corrected me. There are two people there that would know what type of instrument that would do. Two people that would be the best people to identify what kind of instrument, correct?
Correct, one of the two.
Yeah, the person in the ski mask would be one. We don't know who that was, right?
Correct,
And Tammy Daybell.
yes.
Okay, okay, thank you. Officer, or Judge, I'd like to now go through on the Elmo Exhibit 107, if I could.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We'll allow that to be published. It's already been admitted.
And obviously, during your talk with the prosecuting attorney, this has already been admitted, and you went through that. You recall that, right?
Yes,
Now, as part of your examination, you provided records from Fremont County Sportsman's Club, right?
Yes,
And you did the start date of sometime of 10/16, is that right? Is that what you recall?
the start date of,
Of when the documents that you provided to the prosecuting attorney. The first entry on there, it looks to be about 10/16. Am I mistaken?
I'd have to relook at those.
Okay, Judge, could we show this to the witness to refresh his recollection? When you're done, just hand it back. Thank you, sir.
Yes.
And Your Honor, may the state know what's being shown to the witness?
Which exhibit did you just reference?
It's their exhibit of the entries to the visits to the Sportsman's, I don't want to misstate the name of the organization, the Sportsman's Gun Club.
Thank you.
That is exhibit 390A. I'm sorry, 396A.
Okay, and if I could have that back. Now I'm looking at this exhibit and it appears that it starts on 10/16. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, now, did you happen to take the time to look at the entries prior to that time?
Prior to 10/16, yes.
You did.
Yes,
And Alex Cox arrived in Idaho from what you learned from your investigation about when?
on the 1st of September.
So on the 1st of September, so after arriving, as part of your investigation, what did you discover from September 1st to October 15th in terms of the number of times that Alex Cox visited the gun range?
Give those dates one more time.
September 1st we'll just make it October 15th.
So Alex Cox, from my knowledge, was at the gun range in St. Anthony from October 7th to the 16th.
Okay. And you don't have any entries of him being there in September?
Not at the Fremont County gun range, no.
Do you have him at any other gun range in the month of September?
I believe there were some in Rexburg, Idaho.
Okay. And when you say some, that would indicate that there were more than 2 or 3. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So he'd had a habit. You also had an opportunity to review the searches of Alex Cox on his computer as well, correct?
I don't believe on his computer.
You
no.
didn't review any of that?
I reviewed some of the Homer J. Maximus. I'm not sure if that was off of his computer or not.
Okay. But as part of the Homer J. Maximus, are you aware that Alex Cox had been looking at weapons as early as 2017?
I was not aware of that early. No.
Okay. Well, how early were you aware of when he was looking at weapons?
September, October of 2019.
And that's because that's when you went, that was your reference point. September 1st is when you started your reference point, right?
What I looked at, yes.
Yeah. So you didn't really go back and look at all of the searches that Alex Cox conducted prior to September of 2019, right?
I did not.
Okay. Okay. But you are aware that Alex Cox has a history of engaging in the use of guns or other weapons on folks, right?
Objection, Your Honor. States facts not in evidence.
Overruled.
Are you aware, and I'll rephrase that, you're aware of the situation regarding Brandon Boudreaux, right?
Yes.
And you're aware that it's alleged that Alex Cox at a long distance shot at Brandon Boudreaux, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you're aware of Charles Vallow, correct?
Yes.
You're aware that Alex Cox took a gun and at close range murdered Charles Vallow, correct?
Yes.
And you're also aware that in both of those instances, Chad Daybell has not been criminally implicated in either of those cases. Is that correct?
Yes,
And Chad Daybell has not been charged in either of those cases. Is that correct?
correct.
Are you aware of any other instances where Alex Cox engaged in conduct towards other people with the use of any kind of a weapon?
Of a firearm?
Any kind of a weapon?
I know that there was an incident with Lori's.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Yes.
Okay, what did we just see? Who just came in and walked that way? That made me nervous. Hopefully it was just the gallery. Did you see that? Are you seeing that? Hmm. That's what I'm asking, Toby. I'm seeing it probably before you. So, well, the jury's been in place, right? This whole time, the jury's been in the courtroom. So it's not the jury, it's just spectators, I would assume. Right? You're all done, Bella. You're all done, Bella. I know. I don't know. I was looking for badges on them, but I didn't see any. I'm just thinking it's gallery. Maybe it's reporters. I don't know. But I doubt it's the jury. The way the judge has it set up this way, he wouldn't risk that. And I don't think the Mr. Bailiffs wouldn't either. Mr.'s bailiffs. Yeah, see, that's what I'm thinking is it possibly could be people who were not allowed to come in. Maybe they don't let in and out of the courtroom until a sidebar, possibly. Since I think, isn't this the first real sidebar of the day? I don't remember. No, this is not the real first one. We've had sidebars already. Cheryl says, yeah, they did a little bit ago. Ooh. I'm being stared at by 3 dogs. What, doggies? You don't see anything. They say, you eat ham and I don't get any? You eat ham? Yes, that's how my dogs talk. See, sister, look at those ears. Let me see. Come here. Want to come up here for a second? No, if I do that, you'll try to grab that. Never mind. That's a bad idea. I was gonna show her to you guys, but I'm not gonna do that. She'll try to grab the ham. Cushing's is really something else with dogs and their hunger and thirst. Holy mackerel. They're all coming back now. I like Miss Blake's blazer.
All right, thank you, counsel.
Oh, like a
We took
Roach
up
Motel?
a evidentiary ruling outside the presence of the jurors. Mr. Pryor, you may continue with your cross-examination.
So we talked a little bit about the fact that you're aware that Alex visited the gun range in September of 2019, right?
Yes,
You're not aware of whether he had visited or went to any gun ranges when he was living in Arizona 6 months prior. You didn't look into that. Is that right?
that's correct.
Okay. Now, officer, on your, this will be tricky. On your Homer J. Maximus, you talked about a number of searches and you recall that, correct?
Yes,
Oops, Judge, this is the Elmo, I'm sorry.
And what is it you're publishing?
Uh,
Okay. This is part of exhibit 107B.
And this talked a little bit about the gun and the distance and everything else, correct?
yes,
And what I'm wondering about is that the first one that says the Grendel drop 100 to 200 yards, correct?
yes,
Okay, now Tammy Daybell's driveway, and you described it as the distance between the end of the desk there and towards this first section here, correct?
yes,
And for a clear record, we're 30 to 40 feet.
sure.
Okay. Now, if we do math and look at 100 yards, how many feet is 100 yards? Do you know?
Well, there's.
I
3
can help
feet,
if you'd
yeah.
like.
Yeah, help me out.
Yeah, me too. I had to look at, no, I didn't have to look it up. It's 3 feet per yard.
Correct.
Okay, I'm sorry, and I know you weren't, that's not fair. It's 3 feet per yard. Okay, you know
Yes.
that, right? So if we're looking at a Grendel drop, we start at 300 feet, right?
Okay.
And then if we go to 200 yards, we go to 600 feet. Would that be fair?
Yes,
Now, none of those feet distances really apply to Tammy Daybell's driveway, right?
not her driveway.
Okay. And then the 100 yards to 300 yards is the same thing, 300 feet to 900 feet, correct?
Yes,
So obviously what he was looking at this point is the distance on how to put a rifle and the amount of drop after you shoot it, that the bullet drops after a certain distance, right?
yes.
And when was this in October?
This was searched October 8th.
Okay. And, when I looked at this, I was curious, is there any indication that Alex Cox purchased a big game hunting license in October?
That I am unaware of.
Okay. And would you agree with me that October is also hunting season for various big game?
It is hunting season, yes.
Okay. And then he looked at, and you could use a Grendel for a hunting gun, is that correct?
You could, yes.
Yeah. Okay. And if you were to purchase pants and just trying to just conceal yourself while you were out hunting, it wouldn't be inappropriate to buy different various suits to conceal yourself. Would you agree with that?
Yes,
Okay. Oops. I'm grateful to whoever put the tape up there. And then we go to October 10th. How to prepare your AR for cold weather. Now, if you're out shooting and you're out hunting, and I'm not suggesting we use an AR for hunting, but in October, when you're out hunting, that's a cold time to go hunting, isn't it?
Yes, it could be cold.
Okay. Okay. And then we talked a little bit about the ghillie suit, and potentially that could be something that could be used as a hunting outfit when you are out in the game hunting, right?
Could be, yes.
Yeah, well, you can buy those at Sportsman's Warehouse or Cabela's or any of those stores, right?
Yes,
You looked into that and that's where you get them, right?
you can, yes.
Yeah, Sportsman stores for outdoor activities in October, right? Right?
Yes, you can buy them there.
Okay, okay. Okay. Now, what we did is then we looked at a FBI simulation of shooting a 5.56 through car doors and walls. And a 5.56 is a type of a bullet, right?
Yes,
Okay. And that's a specific bullet. And what it appears is there was a search to see what kind of a bullet would go through car doors and walls, correct?
yes,
And then you would also see what kind of caliber under that would penetrate a windshield, correct?
yes,
Now we know that the allegations about um, Alex Cox is that he took a shot at Brandon Boudreaux, correct?
yes,
And in relation to Lori Vallow, Brandon Boudreaux was Lori Vallow's, no, Melanie Pulowski was Lori Vallow's niece, right?
yes,
And she was married to Brandon Boudreaux.
yes,
So Brandon Boudreaux was the male spouse of Alex Cox's niece, Melanie Pulowski, right? Correct?
yes,
Okay. So Alex Cox took a shot at the male member of the relationship between Melanie, Lori's family, and the male, right?
yes,
And then Alex Cox murdered husband number 4 by taking a gun and shooting him at close range. And that was Lori Vallow's husband number 4, correct?
I'm not sure what husband it was.
Okay. Well, she's had
But-
5, right?
Okay,
Well, do you know that?
I'm not 100% sure on how.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay. Okay. So, but we do know that Alex Cox is accused of murdering Charles Vallow, correct?
Yes,
Okay. Now, when I go down, you testified that Chad Daybell, well, before we get that, it would seem that, would you agree with me that it would seem that the searches here, the Google searches, would suggest that Alex Cox is looking at shooting at some sort of a Dodge Dakota vehicle. Would you agree with me?
yes,
And it looks like it wasn't for target practice. It was to do some harm, correct?
I don't know what his intent was, but it's not target practice, I would
Right.
say.
Well, it wouldn't be target practice if you're trying to penetrate a windshield, is it?
No,
And it isn't target practice if you're asking how thick is the 22 gauge steel on a Dodge Dakota, right?
no,
So apparently, what Alex Cox had in mind was to do some harm for whoever is driving a Dodge Dakota, correct?
yes,
Are you aware that Chad Daybell was the one driving the Dodge Dakota?
Objection, Your Honor, facts not in evidence.
Stand.
Are you aware of the 2 vehicles that Chad and Tammy Daybell owned?
I'm aware of a Dodge Dakota that was registered to both of them.
Right. But you don't have any specific information about whether or not it was Chad who was the primary driver of the Dodge Dakota, right?
I don't have any facts that he was the primary driver, no.
Okay, okay. Now, as part of your investigation, you talked a little bit about phone records, right? I'm sorry, phone records, Alex's records in terms of his location, right?
On Homer G. Maximus device.
Okay,
yes.
and you looked at that. What was the device that you were reviewing to determine that?
I'm not sure what device that was.
Okay, okay. All right, then we'll save that for another day. Now, Judge, previously, we stipulated and the court entered exhibit number 14. I'd like the court's permission to go over exhibit 14 with the witness.
All right, has that previously been admitted?
Judge, I have it here with a stamp on it. I think we had already established.
Yes, Your Honor. I think,
Established and stipulated to it, Judge. I'm sorry.
and the state had reviewed this. It's my understanding these are the extracts from Tammy Daybell's phone or contain extracts. I think it's actually a police report referencing those extracts from her phone.
Okay, it's been admitted, so it may be published.
If I could just have a moment, Judge, I'm sorry. Judge, I'm ready when
Your Honor, I hate to do this, but can we briefly approach?
Yes.
According to what the defense is supposed to do to try to poke holes in prosecution's case, we know from past experience and listening to other trials that that is actually what the defense will do. They will use anything or anyone to get those holes poked. Think back to the Casey Anthony case. Bringing in all the dad stuff, doing all the things that that Baez did to poke holes. I had to say it. I had to. I am so not on the fence on this one. Sorry. This is another one of those trials where I can't staple myself to the fence on this one. And I'm sorry. I'm allowed to now that it's, I get to have my opinion. But yes, I know what you're saying. And most defense attorneys do that, don't they? Isn't that their job is to make sure that little things are seen, little things are noted by the jury, that kind of pokes holes, impeaches and all the stuff. I don't like this. I don't like Pryor's attitude. That's my issue. I'm really struggling with how he talks, how he just blurts stuff out. Like he went from, I hate to go back to this, I'm sorry, but he went from the autistic teen to bipolar teen. So that right there, that one got me. It was like a red flag for me for him. And as far as how he does stuff, I'm struggling. I'm not a fan. Not a fan. Let's see. So there are some defense attorneys who don't bother presenting witnesses. Right. Because they figure they can poke holes enough in the witnesses for the prosecution that they don't need to. Right? Is that where you're kind of going with that? And here they are.
All right, council, before publishing that particular exhibit, we just redacted an identifier mark from that we caught. So you may go ahead and publish when you'd like, Mr. Pryor.
Now, officer, on this particular document, I would represent to you that this is one of your reports. On the little bit that you're seeing, do you recognize that?
Yes,
So on March 16th, you received information from Google LERS. What's LERS?
Google Lears Law Enforcement.
Okay. And you asked for information attached to this, and this was information that you were getting regarding Tammy Daybell's email account. Would that be fair?
Yes,
Did you get the entire email account?
yes,
And did you go through the entire email account?
yes,
And you reviewed all of the emails and you made a determination as to which ones you in particular felt were relevant to this case. Is that right?
yes,
Okay. And then you said after looking at the emails, you didn't include the ones that were significant. And there were photos, emails, chats, the information that I found relevant to the investigation, you see attached here, correct?
yes.
Okay. And then would you read the line that starts in the email folder are chats? Would you read that one for me?
In the email folder are chats between Tammy and Mark while on his mission. Want me to read the whole?
If you would, if you don't mind.
There are also chats between Mark, Tammy, Seth, Garth, and Emma. During some chats, it is very clear that chat is messaging. In the chats, it is also clear that chats are coming from Tammy's email.
Okay. And then I'll go to the next line saying, looking over the inbox of Tammy's email, it shows, oh gosh, I'm so sorry. Let me get a record, right? Looking over the inbox of Tammy's email. It shows the first section as chats, mainly with Mark while he is on his mission. In the chats, it does not show the time or date when the chats are taking place, right?
Yes,
Okay. Then the line below, why don't you read the line below for me?
while looking over the chats, there are several that lead me to believe Tammy, along with Mark, Emma, Garth, Seth, and Leah, have knowledge of the belief in light and dark people that Chad talked about and believed.
Okay. So what I gather from that is your assessment in the reports that after you reviewed all of the emails and you said you reviewed them all,
Yes,
that's a significant job.
yes,
And in reviewing all of those, you came to the conclusion that the Daybell, Tammy Daybell, Chad Daybell, and his 5 children had knowledge of the belief in light and dark people.
yes,
And the light and dark is a religious reference that's mentioned by Chad, right?
yes,
It's mentioned by other people in this case, right?
yes.
It's also mentioned to some extent in predominantly most religions. Would you agree with that?
Say that again.
Predominantly in most religions, there's a reference to light and dark, right?
I can't testify that because I
Okay.
don't know all the religions.
Okay. And then the religious practice that these folks practice, that Tammy and the children and Chad practices of what faith?
LDS.
Okay. Okay. Then we go on and if you would, I'll take a look at the next one where it says during the chats, Mark's camera was not working and Tammy informed him that his camera was cursed and Dad was removing it, right?
Yes,
Okay. In more chats, Mark asked if anything was found or notable in him when he was body coded. I'm not sure what body coded means. Do you have any knowledge of what being a body or body coded talks about?
no,
Okay. Okay. But it was Mark who was talking about the body coding. Would that be your assessment?
Yes,
Okay, and then Tammy responds, you has a lot of weapons, negative chords and curses, plus trapped emotions. We cleared out quite a bit. We'll do that more regularly for you. So second to the last sentence says, we cleared it out, right?
yes,
That would you believe that that was Tammy and Chad who were clearing out these negative chords and curses?
in this email, yes,
Okay. And then we'll do that more regularly for you. And again, it's will do that more regularly for you. That implies that it was both Tammy and Chad talking about helping them clear out these weapons, right?
yes,
Okay. Then we go down to the next one and it starts with on another chat. Chad said, Mom and I taught 12-year-old Sunday school yesterday. Canyon Scott's actions confirmed he is 4.2 dark. You see that?
yes.
Do you have any knowledge as to whether Canyon Scott is dead or has been murdered or any investigation into that kind of a matter?
I have no knowledge of that.
Okay. And do you know who Canyon Scott is?
I do not.
Okay. But obviously, it's someone who attends church or attends Sunday school where Chad and Tammy went to their Sunday school, right?
Yes,
So we could presume that it was someone in um, Fremont or Madison County, right?
yes,
Okay. And then it goes on, I will enjoy watching his growth to world terror and domination. And then Emma replies, I like Canyon though. I'll slow down. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. The next line is, I will enjoy watching his growth to world terror and domination, right?
yes,
Emma replies, I like Canyon though. Tammy and Chad reply, unfortunately, he's already influencing Will Dowling. Who's Will Dowling? Do you know?
I do not.
Okay. Then Mark goes, I like Jose and I can't pronounce that last name, Ojeda also. Then Mark says, darkness is interesting. And then Tammy and Chad both say, maybe they are influencing you too. They are charming, right?
Yes,
So we don't have any information about Jose Ojeda or anything about him, any criminal activity associated to his demise, right?
not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Judge, it's 12 o'clock. Judge, it's 12 o'clock. I don't know. This may take a while.
Sure.
It's up to the court.
Yeah, let's
obviously.
take our lunch recess. We try to do that at noon for timing of things, so that'll work out well. We are stopping right here about noon. We'll try to resume further testimony 1 o'clock and take the lunch break now.
And Judge, may I leave my stuff up here?
Yeah, we'll secure the courtroom and you can leave that there, Mr.
Thank you,
President.
Your Honor.
All right,
Okay, lunchtime. What shall we play today for lunch? I kind of like to go back and play old, testimony from the prior day. I think we did both of Brandon's yesterday. Thinking of a really good one would probably be oh, do you want to hear the coroners again? Or I can play another one. That's about an hour. It would be Greenhouse, the sheriff's deputy. I can play that one. I'm trying to avoid having to play music. Because I've got to finish my eating. So once we get caught up, so let's see, y'all are saying Pryor makes lots of leaps. He does. I agree with Stevie on that. Yes. I had to say that about, he puts that out there, and don't, most religions have light and dark. I mean, it's a concept, yes, but they don't assign numbers to it and then deem them that way. I mean, I don't think. And take it to that next level where they take it upon themselves to rid the world of the ones with the really high numbers. That's what I see with this case. Talk to you in a bit, Beanie. Sorry, I see Beanie says off to cut the grass. Ah. Okay. Okay. I'm going to just I'll put on, let's see. Yeah, I'll just put on, actually, let me make sure I've got it. I'll start with part 1 on, do I want to do that one? Which one is it? Oh. Yeah, I'll do, where I lost it. Yeah, I'll do this one. Make sure I've got it all. We'll play as much of Brenda Dye, the coroner, as we can during the break. So, let's see here.
There are 22, 21, 1623 counsels present, as well as the defendant and defense counsel. The court will note that all 18 jurors are present and properly seated, and the court has reviewed and confirmed that all 18 jurors have signed their juror affirmation for the day. So thank you again for following the court's admonishment given to you at the end of each day. We're continuing with the case in chief of the state. I believe the state at this point is calling its next witness, and who's going to be conducting direct.
Your Honor, the state will be calling Brenda Dye, and I'll be handling that.
All right, Mr. Wixom, then you can call your witness.
Swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
All right, now that the witness has been sworn, let me just inquire, because this trial is being live streamed and accessible to the public, I wanted to inquire on the court's exclusionary order. Ms. Dye, have you reviewed or watched any of the trial testimony that's taken place since the case started?
No.
Okay, and have you talked to anyone else about their testimony they've given in trial?
No.
Okay, with that affirmation, then I'll allow Mr. Wixom to commence with the direct, and I'll ask the witness, please talk right into the microphone so we make sure to pick up your words, and go ahead, Mr. Wixom.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Dye.
Good morning.
Will you please state and spell your full name for the record?
Brenda Dye, Brenda, last name Dye, Dye.
Thank you. And Ma'am, where do you live?
I live in Fremont County, Island Park, Idaho.
And what do you do for a living?
I am the Fremont County coroner, and I also work for Fremont County EMS as an EMT.
And to clarify that for the jury, as an EMS, are you trained in life-saving techniques?
Yes,
As an EMS, are you trained in autopsies or any of those kinds of things?
no.
How long have you been the coroner?
I took office in January of 2019.
So when you say that you took office, you're an elected position.
I am, yes.
When you took office at that time, did you receive any specialized training as to how to be a coroner?
Very limited training. I did attend a 2-day training in Boise. And then I attended probably a 4-day training in Las Vegas, Nevada in July of 2019.
Since that time, have you received other training as a coroner?
Yes.
What training have you received?
Every spring and fall training in Boise, here in Boise, and then every July we have a training in Las Vegas, Nevada, and I've attended that every year since 2019.
Can you explain to the jury what is the primary function and role of a coroner in Idaho?
We respond to unattended deaths. We determine the cause of death. We make sure that our decedent gets to the proper funeral home, and then I sign off on the death certificate.
I want to back up and have you explain a little bit. Does Idaho have an ME system, a medical examiner system?
Yes, and here in Ada County, that's our closest facility to take our decedents for autopsy.
Typically, in most counties in Idaho, do they have their own ME?
No.
I'd like you to kind of please explain what functions or things do you do to help determine a cause of death when you arrive at an unattended death?
We conduct an investigation. We look for weapons. We look for medications. We look for the family to give us information, health history about for the decedent.
And just for the jury's sake, from your perspective, how do you define an unattended death?
Death that is not someone who's not directly under a doctor's care.
And you just noted that one of the things you do is to look for weapons. Why do you do that?
To determine cause of death.
Why is identifying whether there's a weapon important in determining a cause of death?
If it was homicide, suicide, medications for natural health history.
What factors as a coroner do you look at when you determine whether or not to have an autopsy performed?
When we conduct our investigation, we usually have a detective on scene who helps us determine that. And usually if we cannot find a cause of death, and we don't do a lot of autopsies just because of my budget. It doesn't allow for us to do a lot of autopsies, and we have to come over to Ada County and transport the body over here if we deem it necessary for an autopsy.
Thank you. I'm going to ask you to define for the jury some terms that you might typically use as a coroner. Are you familiar with the term lividity? Can you explain to the jury what that word means?
Judge, could I have some foundation as to how she knows about lividity?
Mr. Rickson?
Ma'am, how do you know what the word lividity means?
my training and my EMS training for years.
Will you please go ahead and explain to the jury what that word means?
Yes, the lowest point of the body that the blood pools when somebody is no longer living, and it pulls at the lowest point in the body, and it looks like a bruise. It looks like a red.
Help the jury understand, how does identifying whether or not there's lividity help you in your role as a coroner?
It helps me to know how the body was found, how the body, the position of the body at the time of death.
Why is that important for you?
To know if the body was moved. That's the most important, is to know if someone has moved the body or not.
Perhaps maybe this is more of a common term, but can you explain to the jury your understanding of the definition of rigor mortis?
Rigor mortis is stiffening of the body. It normally occurs 2 to 6 hours after the time of death, and then it releases after about 8 hours approximately.
And why is identifying rigor mortis important to your role as a coroner?
To determine the time of death.
In addition to rigor mortis, are there other things that you look at to determine time of death?
Yes, we can look at lividity, rigor mortis, the temperature of the body. A lot of times, well, the abdominal cavity is the last part of the body to lose its warmth. So if somebody is cold to the touch on the abdomen, they have been deceased for quite a while.
And then when you are responding to an unattended death and are making a determination if an autopsy is necessary, what other factors besides those mentioned do you look at or consider to determine if an autopsy is appropriate?
I think per minute. Part of our investigation when we cannot determine a cause of death, or if it is a homicide, then we do autopsies. Child deaths, we normally do autopsies.
Okay. I want to draw your attention back to October 19th of 2019. Do you recall responding to an unattended death for a Tammy Daybell?
Yes.
And prior to responding to that, had you ever heard Tammy Daybell's name?
No.
You didn't know her in any way?
No.
What about her husband, Chad Daybell? Were you familiar with him at all?
No.
Any of the Daybell family members that you were acquainted with or knew in any way?
No.
So can you explain to the jury, when you responded to that unattended death, how did you receive that call or that request to come?
I was on the ambulance for my other job, and we were returning from an ambulance call from the hospital, and I received a call from our dispatch that there was an unattended death that I needed to respond to.
Is that the norm? Dispatch will call you?
Yes.
Right. And to the best you can recall, what time of day did you receive that call?
It was early morning.
And did you respond immediately?
I got there as quickly as I could. I had the ambulance drop me off on my way back through.
When you say the ambulance dropped you off, were you hurt or were you working otherwise?
No, I was working.
How long approximately did it take for you to arrive on scene for the time you got the initial call?
Approximately 45 minutes.
And prior to arrival, did you talk to anybody else about helping you with this?
Yes, I called my deputy coroner, Wilmore. She's about 10 minutes away from where the deceased was. And dispatch had called me a few times to request my estimated time of arrival, because the decedent's husband was very distraught, very upset, crying. And so I had my deputy go and start the investigation until I showed up.
Are you aware, was anybody else dispatched or sent to the scene?
Yes, we had Officer Greenhalgh there.
So at the time that you arrived, had Officer Greenhalgh and Deputy Coroner Wilmore already arrived?
Yes.
So I want you to tell the jury, what's the first thing that you observed when you arrived on scene?
I observed Chad, the husband, very distraught, very upset, walking around, and his son was on scene also with him, Garth. Chad was very distraught. Garth was emotionless to me.
And for the jury's sake, can you describe your recollection of the layout of the home when you first arrived there?
I walked into the kitchen and there I met with Officer Greenhalgh and Deputy Wilmore, and they kind of filled me in on what they had done, what they had seen.
And then at some point, did you go in and observe Tammy Daybell's body?
Yes, I did.
And how did you get there?
I walked through the kitchen, down the hall into the back bedroom.
Who took you into the bedroom?
I believe Officer Greenhalgh and Deputy Wilmore.
And at some point, did you engage Chad Daybell in any conversation or discussion?
Yes.
When did you
Okay.
do that?
After I looked at the body, I questioned Chad about Tammy's health, her past health history.
Your Honor, at this time, rather than republishing this exhibit, I would ask to have the witness provided the state's exhibit 295D is in David.
Okay.
And it was published yesterday to the jury. Ma'am, for the record, what are you holding in your hand?
I'm holding a picture of Tammy,
Yeah.
deceased on the bed.
In looking at that photo, on the back, but is there a mark on it?
The exhibit.
Yes, ma'am. Do you see that?
Yes.
Will you just note for the record what number that is?
295D.
Thank you. Now flipping it back over and looking at it, just can you confirm for the jury, is what you see in that picture the same position that Tammy's body was in when you first walked into the room and observed her?
Yes.
What did you first observe about her body when you first went in and looked at her?
I observed the blood tinged sputum coming from her mouth. Kind of a foam, a pink foam. She was wrapped in a blanket. I asked if that is the position she was in when she was found, and Chad told me no, she was hanging half off the bed with her face and head towards the floor on her left side. When he discovered she was deceased, he called for Garth to help him, whose bedroom is across the hall, and they picked her up off the floor and put her on the bed and covered her with a blanket.
At that moment in time, when you were observing her, did you do anything to physically check her or touch her?
Yes, I did.
What did you do?
Looked at the body. We always look at the body and know any injuries, any signs of struggle, anything. I did observe rigor mortis had set in, lividity on the backside, so her back, her bottom, her legs, the back of her legs as she was laying. And then I also noted that she was cold to the touch. Her abdomen was cold, so
When you just noted that you observed lividity, did you make that observation at that moment in time, or did you examine her body? At what point did you identify what you thought was lividity?
at that point, when I examined her body, I saw lividity.
What, if anything, let me withdraw that. Did you just tell us, did you observe lividity on her body?
Yes,
And what, if anything, did that lividity tell you?
that she died on her back.
Did you observe anything else in the room at the time?
Yes, there was a kitchen towel to the side of the bed. And it had the pink blood tinge sputum on it. And I asked Chad if he had used that towel. He said yes, that he had used that towel to wipe her face.
And you were starting to explain to the jury, Chad gave you an accounting of how he discovered her.
Yes, he said that he felt her body roll off the bed, and that's what awakened him. And just because of the rigor mortis, lividity, the coldness of her body, I asked how that was possible if she had been gone that long. And he said it may have been from him pulling on the sheets and releasing her body as it fell. He stated that she was going through menopause and she had hot flashes, and she liked to sleep with her feet outside the covers and on the edge of the bed.
What triggered you to inquire how that is possible, or his account of how the body fell? Why did you question that?
Because if someone's dead, they can't roll out of bed. So I was trying to understand how that woke him up when somebody is dead, they can't move.
Did his explanation make sense to you?
The explanation of maybe him pulling on the sheet or the blanket released her body. But looking back on it, no.
Why, looking back on it, does it not make sense to you?
It would take a lot of force to roll a body out of bed.
So I'll move on. What else, if anything, did Chad tell you at that time about Tammy?
Chad stated that Tammy had been feeling really off for the past few months. He stated that she had told him she felt outside of her body, not normal. He told me that she had been having fainting spells. And one occasion he said they were at the temple and she was kneeling at the altar. And when she went to stand up, she fainted. He said she had extremely low blood pressure, but she did not seek medical attention for that from a doctor. He said she did not like going to the doctor, and she would try to treat everything natural. There was a lot of natural supplements and oils in the kitchen cupboard when we were looking for medications, and also a natural remedy book on her side table in the bedroom.
I want to take you back. You said that Chad indicated to you that Tammy had a low blood pressure problem,
Yes.
but she wouldn't go to the doctor about that.
Yes, he said that she tested it like on a Walmart or Walgreens blood pressure machine.
Did Chad give you any accounting of the timing of the night before and kind of how he perceived Tammy?
Yes, He said about 12:30, she was having a coughing fit and she vomited in the bathroom. He helped her back to bed. She said she was okay. And then he went to sleep.
Did he ever identify for you what time it was that he claimed he was woken up by her falling?
Approximately 12. Oh, her falling out of bed?
Yes.
I think it was just before 6 a.m. in the morning.
You indicated that there were some, I think you talked about supplements or oils that were found in the home.
Yes.
And did anybody tell you whether or not those were things that Tammy was using?
Yes.
Who told you that?
Chad.
What did he say about that specifically?
That she liked to try and treat everything naturally and not go to the doctor. But we did find a prescription for fluoxetine. And Garth admitted that he was sharing that with his mom for his depression, anxiety.
Did you identify any other prescribed medications in the home?
Just the fluoxetine and then over-the-counter medications and the natural supplements.
You mentioned earlier that Chad had said that Tammy had been feeling out of her body.
Yes.
Your experience as a coroner, is that a common way or a common symptom for someone to describe?
Judge calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Could you repeat it? Sorry.
In your experience, is saying that I feel out of my body a common thing for someone to describe as a symptom?
It can be, yes.
What did you take that to mean and how did that play into your assessment?
With the low blood pressure, with the fainting spells. And also he did say that she had a fall a month or two prior to this day, and she hurt her wrist. She did go to the doctor for that because she was afraid it was broke. And the doctor did prescribe tramadol for that. There was no tramadol found on scene. He stated that she had taken the prescription as prescribed.
Now, I want to be clear, as a coroner, you're not a medical doctor.
No.
Are MEs medical doctors?
Yes.
At the time you were on scene, besides identifying the supplements or the fluoxetine,
Yes.
did you have access to any medical records for Tammy?
No, those we have to request from the doctor, and it can take up 2 weeks to receive those.
So at that time, I'll withdraw that. At that point in time, approximately how many unattended deaths had you responded to?
It was my first year being in office, so under 10.
And now, on average, how many unattended deaths do you respond to?
It could be 20 to 50 a year.
And ultimately, did you determine what you believed was the time of death for Tammy?
We estimated the time of death. If we don't have an exact time, then we do an estimation of when she was last seen alive and when we get the call. And then lividity, rigor mortis, and the temperature of the body also plays into that.
And ultimately, do you determine a cause of death? And are you the one who signs a death certificate?
Yes.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes.
What did you determine the cause of death for Tammy was initially?
I determined it was pulmonary edema.
Can you explain that to the jury?
Due
What
to
that
a
means?
cardiac event. So pulmonary edema is the backup of fluid, blood in the lungs. and where he told me she had low blood pressure and the fainting spells, that can play into that part. And also, I asked about any seizure-like activity because of the foam in the mouth. Chad did tell me that she did have shaking fits when she would faint. So her legs would shake and she would convulse.
And how did you factor that into your determination of cause of death, that accounting from Chad about shaking fits?
Seizure-like activity.
And what led you to, you mentioned a second ago that you had included in your potential cause of death a heart attack. What led you to include that?
A cardiac event just because of the extremely low blood pressure and the fainting, which if your blood pressure does drop really low, it does make you faint.
Now, as a coroner, do you make a decision about an autopsy based upon a family's wishes?
No.
Is that something you consider, though?
Ultimately, the decision is up to me. If I deem one necessary, then I do it, regardless of family's wishes.
In this instance, did you have a discussion with Chad or with the family about their feelings about an autopsy?
I did mention it. Chad didn't seem to want it or not want it. But Emma was on scene, Chad's daughter, and she really didn't want her mom to have an autopsy. It's pretty extensive, and she didn't want her mom's body to have to go through that.
So understanding that you make the shots in the call, do you still, as a factor, at least consider what the family is telling you about their wishes?
If I deem it necessary, then I do order an autopsy. If I do not deem it necessary and the family requests an autopsy, then they are they're responsible to pay for that autopsy.
Now, have you recently made any amendments to the death certificate?
Yes.
And what have you done with that?
The manner of death was changed to homicide. The cause of death was changed to asphyxiation by suffocation.
Can you explain to the jury, why did you make that change?
Tammy's body was exhumed and a medical examiner from Utah autopsied her body. She had a very deep.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. She's calling to make conclusions that she doesn't have any foundation or we don't have any foundation to suggest she's qualified to make. And in addition, she's going to be reciting what another medical examiner may or may not have said.
All right, on lack of foundation, I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, you mentioned that there was an autopsy performed.
Yes,
Did you attend that autopsy?
yes,
Were you present for the beginning to end of the autopsy?
yes,
As you were there, were you standing there with the ME performing the autopsy?
yes,
Was the ME explaining as performing the autopsy what they were seeing?
yes,
As a 20-year veteran as an EMS, were you understanding the terms and things that were being explained to you from the
yes,
ME?
yes.
So then I'd like you to please go ahead with what you were explaining to us about.
Judge, and I'm going to renew my objection. At this point, it's relying on hearsay to make a determination of what someone else may have said about what they think they may or may not have found.
It's overruled.
Go ahead, please, ma'am.
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
I was asking you to please explain what you were observing during the autopsy that helped cause you to change your mind about the cause of death.
As they were dissecting the bruise, it was a very deep bruise on her arm. It didn't make sense that she had thrown up the night before because she still had stomach contents.
I pause you, please.
Yes.
Explain that to the jury, please.
So her stomach was full of food. If she threw up, there wouldn't be food in her stomach during the autopsy. I was gonna say, so I'm the one that signs the death certificate. I'm the one that, makes that determination. I do, if we do an autopsy on a body, I do take the medical examiner's words advice. I'm not a doctor, they're a doctor. When they do the autopsy, then it helps me figure out the cause of death.
You'd explained earlier that one of the bases for your original determination was seizures. What did you learn from the autopsy about that factor or that aspect of Tammy?
All of Tammy's organs were very healthy. There was nothing in the brain. The heart was healthy. The only organ that was not healthy were the lungs. When they were dissected, there was still foam, a lot of foam in the lungs.
How did that impact your decision to change the death certificate?
There shouldn't have been that foam in the lungs still. It was 2 months before she was exhumed and then autopsy was done.
Is there anything else besides the autopsy that has impacted your decision to change the amended death certificate?
Yes.
What other things?
I received a call from the Arizona police. They wanted all of my coroner records. There had been a death in Arizona, and Chad's name was brought up. And there was also an attempt. And when I heard all those names and the investigation that was going on, and then it did change my mind. If I had known that information, it would have been.
Who were the names that had been brought up?
Lori
Judge.
Vallow,
I'll withdraw. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Lori Vallow, Alex Cox, Chad Daybell.
You mentioned the word attempt. What did you mean by that?
An attempt for Lori's niece's husband, attempt a shooting.
At the time that you made your original determination, had you heard the name JJ Vallow or Tylee Ryan?
No.
Did information related to those names also impact your decision to amend the death certificate?
Yes.
As you sit there today, do you have any regrets about your original decision? What are those regrets?
So, had I known that information, I would have ordered an autopsy. At that time, with my limited training and being new, I did the best I could with what training I had at that time.
Thank you, ma'am. Your Honor, I have no more questions at this time.
All right. Cross-examination.
Judge, before we start, I have exhibit 19 and 20. If I could provide those to the bailiff to have those marked. My understanding is 19 and 20 are admitted by way of stipulation of the parties.
Okay, have they? And what are those, Mr. Pryor?
Those are a death, 20 is a death certificate, 19 are pictures. And Judge, we'll have a sidebar prior to going forward with the pictures, if that's acceptable to the
All right,
board.
how many pictures have you got in?
It's going to be one, there are a number of pictures, A through I think K, but specifically it's going to be F that I think I'm going to be looking at. But I'll request a sidebar before we go down that road, Judge.
Okay,
Your Honor, for my benefit, could I just ask counsel to refresh me what these photos are of? Are they of Tammy's death scene?
Correct.
Thank you.
And Judge, there may be some overlap with what the state had admitted as well previously. So.
sounds like we have a defense exhibit 20 that's already been admitted. Is
They
that-
may already be on there.
Okay, so the death certificate exhibit 20 has previously been admitted.
I didn't have a recollection of that, Judge. My notes didn't reflect that. I apologize.
All right, thank you. So you can, yeah, if you can start there, and when we get to the pictures, if we have exhibits not yet admitted, we'll take those up in turn.
All right. And Judge, whenever I can go forward.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you. Thank you.
Do that.
So, and how would you like me to address you? Miss Dye or Coroner Dye? Miss Dye is okay? Okay. Miss Dye, you had an occasion to discuss this case with the FBI. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And that discussion took place at the Rexburg Police Department?
yes.
Okay. And as part of that discussion with the FBI, you had mentioned that you had worked for EMS for 20 years,
Yes,
that you were an EMT for 5 years and an advanced EMT for 15. Is that still accurate?
that was in 2019, so
You have even more experience now.
I have more experience now, yes.
So when you're talking about an EMT and an advanced EMT, an advanced EMT is someone who is qualified to give medication. Is that right?
Certain medication, yes.
And there's also additional training as well, identifying medical emergencies. But in addition, there's also some training as it relates to death scene investigation. Is there not?
Yes,
And for 20 years, you had experience doing that, right?
my main concern as an EMT is to save lives.
I understand that, but if the life can't be saved, you're still as an EMT for 20 years, given a significant amount of training about the death scene investigation, are you not?
If we can't save the patient before I was coroner, then no, I didn't. We would leave the scene.
Okay. Now, when you spoke with the FBI, your testimony with the prosecuting attorney is you said something about taking a 2-day seminar. Is that right? Some sort of 2-day
In
training?
Boise, in Boise, yes.
And then you said there was some other classes or some other issues, right? That you took?
There's a week-long conference and it's about 4 days, but yes, it's a week long in Las Vegas, Nevada.
And that's
every
what I was
year.
curious about, because you mentioned something about something else, but when you talked to the FBI, you described it as a week-long conference with the FBI as part of your training, right?
Right,
Is that right?
yes.
Okay. And what areas did that cover as part of that week-long conference?
Causes of death, times of death. It covers a wide variety.
It's an extensive course,
Yes, it was my first time attending too.
and is it required as part of being a coroner? Isn't that one of the requirements that you have to go through that training in order to be either elected or appointed as a coroner of a county?
Yes,
And you have to get this extensive training because we're not dealing with a minor issue. We're dealing with making a significant determination of the cause of death of somebody, aren't we? Ma'am?
Yes,
Okay. And are you familiar with Title 19, Chapter 43 of the Idaho Code?
I don't recall.
Judge, would there be something that could refresh your recollection if I showed you something?
Sure. Yes.
Yeah, if you wouldn't be so kind as to just read that. I'm not having a mark. Just read that. You could read that, take the time to read that, and then when you're done, hand it back to the bailiff, and then we'll talk a little bit about it.
What statute are you having her review, Mr. Pryor?
1943-01, Judge. I have another copy. If I would like, I could provide it to the court.
Fine, I have it.
Thank you. Now, you've read Title 19, Chapter 43 of 01 of the Idaho Code. Is that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Grounds?
Your Honor, this witness is not qualified to give any, she has no legal expertise to be interpreting statutes for the jury.
Well, if it calls for a legal conclusion, I'll sustain it, but I don't know what the question is yet, so overruled for now.
Now, ma'am, did you have an occasion to read that as part of your responsibilities of becoming a coroner?
When I first took over as coroner, yes.
Right. So you're aware that your primary job as a coroner under this particular legal statute of the law is when a county coroner is informed that
Objection, Your Honor. This is calling for a legal conclusion.
it's not, Judge.
Overruled.
When a county coroner is informed that a person has died, the county coroner shall investigate the death. You read that first line, right? You're aware of that, right?
Yes.
You are under a legal obligation under the law as part of your position to investigate any death, correct?
Yes.
And if that death was suspicious or unknown circumstances, that's sub B, or the death occurred as a result of violence, whether by homicide, suicide, accident, you are required to investigate, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then as a result, if you determine that there's an issue, you can require an inquest to be conducted, which is basically like a jury trial, right? You understand that?
Yes.
Okay. And you are also to notify the police if you have any, before even doing an inquest, if you have any concerns under the statute that there's anything suspicious or out of the ordinary, you are to notify the police department and ask them to conduct an investigation. You understand that as well?
Yes, and we did have an officer on scene that helped investigate this. And we have an officer respond to every death call that helps investigate.
And I appreciate that, ma'am. But in talking to the prosecutor, you talked about, well, the lapidity caused me some concern. Remember you said that about lapidity, that was a concern of yours and your questions weren't answered, right? Well, at the time of the scene there, you said, you noticed lapidity in the body, that Tammy Daybell apparently had died on her back, right?
Right.
Okay. Was that of a concern of yours at the time? that would cause you to say, maybe I ought to take a step back before I sign this death certificate?
At that time, no.
Okay, but you were fully aware of the lapidity that you're claiming had occurred at that point. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay. There were no fresh bruises on Tammy Daybell's body anywhere, were there?
on her arm, yes.
Those were fresh bruises?
I don't know. I'm not qualified to
Well, you did
take that.
you did a report in that regard, did you not?
I did, and it looked like an old bruise to me and with,
That's, we'll get to that.
okay,
So when you filled out your medical report, you specifically not only identified that she had bruises on her arm, you actually used the word old bruises. Do you remember that?
yes, I did.
And these were not fresh or red or irritated or anything like that, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. The witness has already indicated she's not qualified to determine that.
Well, based on our observations all over,
These weren't fresh bruises, were they, on her arms? These were old bruises, just like what your report says, correct?
I can't answer that.
Okay. But you will answer that on your report, when you decided to fill out a report relating to this case, that report said old bruises. When the picture of the body, you wrote on the arms, old bruises on the arms, right?
Yes,
No other bruises on her body anywhere else, right?
no,
Nothing else that would deem to be suspicious on her body, correct?
no,
And in fact, there was no indication of any trauma to the neck that you could observe, right?
No.
There were no scratch marks on her hands that would indicate any kind of a struggle, correct?
No.
There was no irritation on her ears or her face or her head that would give you any indication that there was any kind of a struggle. Is that right?
yes,
When you arrived, Chad Daybell was distraught, wasn't he?
yes,
Sobbing.
yes,
And you noted that it was his son that was not upset. His son was, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but would you say his son was reserved,
yes,
quiet?
yes,
And in the FBI report, you mentioned that you think that maybe his son was in shock. Remember that?
yes,
Okay, and it's still your assessment at this point that at the time you felt that his son Garth was in shock. Is that right?
yes,
Okay. You went over to the nightstand, and on Tammy's side of the bed, you found the essential oils, right?
the book,
The what?
the book
The book.
of essential oils of natural.
Did you see any, I would represent you that Officer Greenow testified that she found a number of items in the bedroom. And you also saw cough medicine on Tammy's side. Is that right?
I don't recall the cough medicine being in the bedroom.
Okay, what about the medication for strike? What about the medication for bruises that she had, that was in the bedroom as well? Do you recall that?
No,
Okay, but if Officer Greenow, and Officer Greenow was there, right?
yes, she
And
was.
detailed that in her report, correct? Correct?
I don't recall.
Okay, would it help you to review Officer Greenow's report?
Yes,
Judge, if I could just have a moment.
you may.
And Judge, I think while I'm waiting for this to load, I'll continue with some questions so we don't waste any time. If it loads. So back to, I think where we left off is that Garth was, in your opinion, was in shock at the death of his mother, correct?
Correct.
And Chad Daybell throughout this episode of being there with Tammy, for the most part, was sobbing and was highly emotional almost the entire time. Is that fair?
Yes.
There was no instance where you saw that he was faking it or trying to pretend to be upset. This was a genuine situation where you truly believed he was upset about the death of his wife. Is that right?
Objection, speculation, Your Honor.
Overruled.
You can answer.
Yes.
Now, I appreciate you talking about it, and you mentioned it in the report, that at no time did the family ever try to prevent you from doing an autopsy in this case. Is that right?
Emma stated she didn't want one done, but
Right.
it's my choice, ultimately my
Right.
choice. Yes.
Emma didn't want one done because she didn't want her mother cut up, right?
Correct. Yes.
She didn't want her mother subjected to she didn't want her mother treated that way as part of the examination. Is that what her primary and only concern was?
Yes.
Okay. And yet Chad was indifferent one way or the other. He didn't tell you one way or the other whether he wanted one or didn't want one. Isn't that true?
Yes.
And ultimately, it's not the family's decision whether this occurs. It's your decision whether this occurs. Is that right?
Yes.
And based on the facts as you saw them, you saw some old bruises that you identified in your report, right? Correct?
Bruises.
There were no other indications of a struggle or a fight as it related to Tammy Daybell's body. Is that right?
No, not that I noticed. No.
Okay. No other indication right up to the time you dropped her off at the morgue that there was any problem with Tammy's body in any way, correct?
Explain problem.
Well, you didn't see anything as part of the when you arrived, the time that you loaded her up and took her off to the morgue, there was never anything during that process that would indicate there was anything wrong with Tammy Daybell's body, right?
I don't know what you're asking me.
Okay.
I can't answer that question.
Okay, how about this? There's nothing suspicious that you noted other than the lapidity and the old bruises that you put in your medical report, correct?
Correct.
Judge, at this point, I've got the report of his Officer Greenow. With the court's permission, I could give it to the bailiff. He could take it to her and she could scroll through. I think that would protect in terms of being able to refresh her recollection about the report, if that's acceptable to the court.
All right, I'll let the prosecutor take a look at that first before it goes to the witness to make sure it's appropriately identified.
Oh, it's okay. See, and then it has. And I could have printed it off.
Mr. Pryor, we've got that report also admitted as an exhibit, if that's
I
easier.
was also, maybe I missed it, but I didn't have that marked down, and if the court wants to, I don't, either way, Judge, either we can,
I'd prefer the exhibit to your computer.
all right.
States Exhibit 418.
It doesn't work that way. I'm an idiot when it comes to electronics. Oh, thank you. And ma'am, after you've had a chance to review that, would you look up and then just hand that back to the bailiff?
Your Honor, while the witness is reviewing, may we have a quick sidebar?
Well, let's have the witness finish the review and then we'll have a quick sidebar.
Got it under, I have it under, I think 19 or one of these I have it under, and I'm gonna move to admit the entire explanation. Yeah. I think the whole thing is. No, there's like 4 pages there in the whole thing, so. Yeah, oh no, that's okay, we can just correct that. I don't have a problem with that, and if you want stipulation, do you want to read over this so you know what's in the whole thing? Well, no, just use the up and down thing and you can start and.
Okay, in her,
Get it back to the bailiff and judge for. Counsel, may I have a look at that, Mr. Bailiff, please?
Yeah, and that's exhibit 418 that council's reviewing.
You're right. It's only 2. Judge, we may have to have a sidebar just very briefly. Would that be possible?
Yes, that's fine.
Want to look at the rest of it or?
All right, so after a sidebar, we've determined we do need to take some, a little bit of time to get an exhibit prepared, which we're working on at this time. And we will take the mid-morning recess to allow that to occur while we're on break. So we'll take our break here, plan on a 30-minute break to come back on at 10:15.
All right, please.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, we can have the drop back, please.
All right, please.
All rise.
Please offer the counter for you.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, we're back on the record. CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. Completed our morning break. Maybe to help move things forward here, Mr. Pryor, I'll note that we have now Defendant's Exhibit 19, which is the entire report of Officer Greenhalgh, including attached photographs. And I believe that's been offered and will be admitted by stipulation. Is that your understanding?
It is, Judge, and that's 19. Is that right, Judge?
Yes. Mr. Wixom from the state, does the state stipulate to the admission of Exhibit 19, which is the entire report, including statements and photographs?
We do, Your Honor.
Okay, that'll be admitted then as a single exhibit. And you can proceed with your continuing cross, Mr. Pryor.
Now, Ms. Dye, as part of your activities on the scene of Miss Daybell's death, you eventually went back and did a chart or a report as it related to this case. Do you recall that? And part of that is to do a body chart and identify things of significance on that body chart. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay, and you in fact did that. Did you recall that?
yes.
If I were to provide you with a copy of the chart, would you recognize that chart? If I could have the bailiff approach the witness? Thank you, sir. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I showed it to you. Okay. And do you recognize those documents?
Mhm.
Are those the documents that you prepared after your examination of Tammy Daybell?
Yes,
And the date of those are 10/20/14, is that right?
yes, that's the date the report was
Okay.
completed.
And those are true and accurate copies of what you prepared as a result of your examination of Tammy Daybell on the date of her death. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, Judge, I'm going to move for admission of defendant's exhibit, and I would like it to be marked E and F, Judge. I think it's consistent with A, B, and C.
E and F,
E and F, 89 E and F.
89 E and F.
Yes, Judge. And I think that was how it was previously disclosed to the state on my exhibits.
Any objection to exhibits 89 E and F?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Defense exhibits 89 E and 89 F are admitted. And again, two separate exhibits there, Mr. Pryor. It's a body chart and then
Two body charts, Judge.
two body charts. Thank
Do
you.
you want to have that marked now, Judge, or how do you want to handle that?
I'll grab them.
I'll have the clerk mark that actually, so we keep it straight.
You're getting your mileage in today. Sorry. You're walking today.
Yeah. So to be clear then, Mr. Pryor, the top, there's two pages here. The top page you gave me will be E and the bottom page will be F.
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
Now, ma'am, you've had may I proceed, Judge?
You may.
You've had a chance to look at what's been marked exhibit 89E and 89F. Is that
All right, we can have the jurors brought in, please.
We're now back live. Jurors are being brought in. I guess I could have said that out loud, but yeah, I kind of see it the way I typed it in the chat. I see a lot of faiths that come from other faiths. I call them faiths. I'm trying to not use religion, but I mean, beliefs, whatever. But the light and dark thing that we're learning in this and the numbering and all that stuff, that came from Chad, straight from him. That was his stuff that he was teaching in those seminars and conferences and whatever it was. And those who are the ones around him, surrounding him, are believers of that stuff. But that's not the LDS.
All right, good.
All rise. I'm going to put a quote in the chat from the LDS Church.
Praise all, President County, for you, Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record after the lunch recess on KCR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. Continuing with cross-examination of Detective Kaya Kamanu. Mr. Pryor, if you'd like to continue with cross, you may. Yes. What's being published there, counsel?
It's the same as before. I think it's the officer's report, exhibit number 14. We're just going through the same as we did previously.
Okay, thank you. Exhibit 14 is
Your Honor.
being published to the jurors. That's okay.
So officer, again, in your report, you noted that these were relevant to your investigation. They're emails from Tammy's email account from someone named Julie Rowe. Is that right?
Yes,
And it looks like the emails are to Tammy. And it says something about support springcreekbooks.com, March 12, 2019. Do you see that?
yes.
Okay, so if you would be so kind as to just read from Chad down to Julie for me.
Chad, I met with the state president last night and he has requested we stop publishing all my books. I told him I do not have the rights to the books and that my publisher has those rights. He asked me to contact you to request that we stop publishing. He has asked me to copy him on this email and send him your reply. Yep. He also asked me, he also said he is going to contact your state president, Julie.
Okay. So do you know what a stake president is?
I believe the state president is over the stake of a ward, of the wards.
Okay, and is that, and I'm not familiar with this, but does that mean there's a number of wards or groups that are like neighborhoods? And the stake president overlooks a number of these wards? Is that what it is?
From my understanding, yes.
Okay, do you know who the stake president was in this email?
I do not.
But it appears that they're telling Julie Rowe. You know who Julie Rowe is?
Throughout the investigation, her name came up, and also known as a publisher or a book writer.
And she was someone who put on presentations all over the Arizona, Utah, Idaho area about preparedness issues, right?
Yes,
And she published books about that as well, right?
yes.
And is there anything in the indication of your review of the emails why a stake president would inject himself into the publishing of books?
I'm not sure on that.
And then and again, told Julie Rowe that her stake president is going to contact Chad's stake president,
Correct.
right? Correct?
Correct.
Okay. But there's nothing in the other emails that you had to show why a couple of stake presidents would interfere with Chad Daybell publishing his books?
I do not.
Okay. All right. Thank you. The next one we're talking about is from Tammy to Mark, and Mark again is Tammy's son, Mark, right?
Yes,
That's the youngest son, if I remember right.
yes,
And the date of this email is March 31st of 2019, correct?
yes.
And it's Tammy writing to her son, Mark. And I'll read. I've got Dad and Garth doing a C to 5K, and then in parentheses, couch to 5K. So I would you interpret that to mean that the C would mean couch and the number 2 would mean 2, like TO to 5K? Is that how you would interpret that?
Yes,
And if I understand that correctly, what that would mean is that you're starting from the very beginning of your training, and you may be a couch potato, right?
you could say that. Yes,
Yeah. And you're starting from the very start of something, and you're going to try to do a 5K, right?
yes,
And it says with me, right?
yes.
So that would imply on March 31st of 2019, we had 3 couch potatoes at the Daybell house.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation and misstates the email.
Sustained.
How do you interpret that?
That they just wanted to start working out and getting into shape.
Okay, from couch potato to 5K, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Again, misstates the evidence. Counsel's testifying. Move to strike.
Sustained, stricken.
Okay. Then it goes on to say, we've done the first week twice because quite frankly, I didn't feel ready to move on to the second week. But it should be good for us. Okay, good for me. I have to say, I admire you for running track. Starting from nothing is not easy. Now, when you see the term starting from nothing is not easy, it's not particular whether we're talking about Tammy starting from nothing or whether it's Mark starting from nothing, right?
Correct,
It's unclear there, correct?
correct.
But then you put in there not the full email. Is there further explanation in there that maybe explains who we're talking about, who's starting from nothing on this couch potato issue?
No, there is not.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you for that. And then we'll move on. And it's from Tammy to Mark again on April 14th, 2019. I tripped over the duck gate on Saturday and landed hard on my right hand. And the bucket of eggs I was carrying, it hurt so bad, I just lay in the driveway and cried. Then I got up, cleaned up the egg mess with my left hand and went in the house to find Dad. Luckily, I seemed to have only bruised it. Of course, Dad blessed it, so it may have been worse. Okay? And there's nothing, what's the evidentiary issue of this?
So during the excuse me, during the investigation, it was said that Tammy had a hurt wrist
Right.
and that she was taking medication for it. So this goes back to, instead of a possible fainting spell, she had tripped over the duct gate and
Okay.
fell and hurt her wrist. So that was relevant to me putting this in my report.
Okay, thank you. And again, that's not the full email that you provided to us today, right?
It was not.
Okay, and was there any further explanation that as to what caused Tammy to trip?
She tripped over a bucket.
Okay, did she trip because she had a dizzy spell? Did she trip because she had a seizure?
Well, this says I tripped over a duct gate. So she
Okay.
had tripped over a duct gate, causing her to fall.
Okay, so we don't know if it was just she ran into the duct gate or she had some sort of medical condition that caused her to trip over the duct gate though, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation. The email speaks for itself and asked and answered.
Sustained.
You don't know all of the facts behind what centered around the reason for the trip over the duct gate. Would that be fair?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation. Again, the message speaks for itself.
I'm not asking him to speculate. I'm just asking whether it was explained, Judge.
Overruled.
In this email, I would just take it as she tripped over something.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Thank you. And then lastly, from Tammy to Mark on April 28th, Dad is in Houston and won't be back until Monday night. So you'll just have to get to talk to me tomorrow. And what's the significance of that?
So on this one, this correlates with some of our other records showing that Chad was in Houston, and that Tammy was home alone.
Okay. Next one was something about, oops. And I don't see. Something that identifies the date, but it was something about a zone conference. Do you know what that was about?
I am not sure on that.
Okay. And then does it seem like your tapeworm medicine worked? Who's talking to who there? Do you know?
I would believe Tammy is emailing and talking with Mark on this one.
Okay. So it's Tammy who's suggesting that there was some tapeworm incident. She was having some sort of malady.
Correct. This might be a continuation of the page before.
Okay.
Possibly.
And the page before would have been this malady with the tapeworm would have been on the 28th of 2019. Would that be fair?
Correct. Yes.
Thank you for clearing that up. Okay. And then she goes on, I guess I should ask you, is that Tammy who said, I haven't slept well since Dad has been gone. I'm hoping to sleep well tonight.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Then we're going to June 30th of 2019. Is that right?
Yes.
And then let me read this and then I'll talk to you a little bit about that. Another adventure we had this week involves a raccoon. Last year we had skunks. This year a raccoon. We thought stray cats were getting into the cat food, but nope. Garth saw it one night and it was a raccoon. We borrowed a little trap from Matt Price, but when Garth went out to check it that night, the raccoon ran up the tree by the trap. It was huge. No way it was going to fit in the trap. It was larger than Chase and had really long teeth. Garth kept his flashlight on it and called us in the house. Dad got his gun. He shot it out of the tree, then shot it again as it tried to run across the yard. We now have a raccoon buried in the compost heap. Something else got into a cat food a couple of nights ago, so we borrowed a larger trap from Matt. We didn't catch anything last night, so we'll see if we get anything tonight. If we do catch anything, Matt asked us not to shoot it because he has a friend who will use whatever we catch to train dogs. Joel I think that's Nickel, told me they've got a couple of raccoons and skunks they've been trying to trap, and some coyotes have been eating chickens at houses over by Jordan Graham's house. In all, it's been a crazy year with wildlife. Do you see that?
Yes.
And could you identify the date when they're having this crazy year with wildlife?
June 30th, 2019.
Okay, and the allegation with Chad Daybell is that there was an email that the prosecutor has alleged may have a different meaning, but that was September 30th of 2019, correct? September of 2019, I'm sorry.
I guess I'm unaware of what email you're referring
Okay,
to.
well, would it be fair that the allegations are that they discovered JJ and Tylee's body and that they are presuming as part of your investigation that they were buried in Mr. Daybell's property in September of 2019?
Yes,
Okay, and there was some email by Chad Daybell that made mention of a raccoon. You recall that?
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the evidence.
Abstain.
Okay. So from what I gather, the allegations about the children being buried on Chad Daybell's property was the same year as this email as well, correct?
yes,
And we're on June 30th of 2019. And the allegations against Mr. Daybell relate to around September, sometime in September of 2019, correct?
yes,
So 2.5, 3 months later, there's at least two references about raccoons. Would that be fair?
yes.
Okay. And there's a reference that they buried this raccoon in a compost heap. Where's the compost heap on Mr. Daybell's property? Do you know?
I'm not sure about
Okay.
that.
All right. And then we go on to July 7th of 2019, right?
Yes,
Here is the second raccoon. The first one was shot. Garth said this one is smaller than the first one. I like how the kittens are looking at him too. Okay, and that's from March 7th. And that's also relating to this raccoon issue. Would that be fair?
yes,
Okay. And then we have a picture. Dad has lost a lot of weight. He just doesn't seem to eat much anymore, and he is exercising. You see that, right?
yes.
But above that is a trap. Can you explain, does that look like a trap?
Yes,
And somewhere in the back top of the picture, it looks like there's some sort of raccoon in it. Is that what you see?
that's what I'm trying to see. I
Okay.
see the kittens there.
I do. Okay. And the previous motions made mention of Tammy saying, here's a picture of the second raccoon. It's a smaller one. So
Would you like me to point it out? I just,
you did find it? Go ahead if you.
so it's kind of hard to tell. The raccoon is right there.
Okay. Is it, officer, is that raccoon in the trap?
I believe so.
Okay. Okay. Then we go down and we have a picture of Chad and Tammy, right?
Yes,
And again, not the full email, but your perception is that there's nothing there that was relevant to this investigation, right?
yes,
Okay, and then does that appear to be the side of the house?
appears to be the back of the house, I believe.
Okay. And from the email, that would be a picture of July 7th of 2019?
I'd have to look at the first page. Yes,
Okay, thank you. August 4th of 2019. Dad is in Arizona. He's speaking to a small group on Sunday night. And at a girls' camp on Monday night, he flies home on Tuesday, right?
yes,
And that had reference to the August 4th meeting with Melanie Gibb and Lori Vallow and all of the ladies who met Sunday at a girls' meeting at Lori Vallow's house. Is that what that was about?
yes, I believe so.
Okay, okay. But that's not the full email, but again, you determined there wasn't any relevance to anything else. Would that be fair?
Yes,
Okay, thank you. Okay. Then we go on again. And we talk about from Tammy to Mark, again, Tammy Daybell to Mark on September 15th of 2019, right?
Yes,
And this was about a month before Tammy passed away. Would that be fair?
close to, yes.
Okay. And she says, this was taken on Saturday. Joe planted potatoes in his garden. I had been sick in bed all day with a really bad cold, but I put on a hat and went over to pose for this picture, so it looks like I'm really a real Idahoan. But I went right back to bed after we took it. I'm still sick today, and my nose won't stop running. I will go to work tomorrow, though, because I am helping with testing, and getting sub work would be more trouble than it was worth, right?
Yes,
Okay. And then there's some mention of continue whining. I burned my arm today when taking some rolls out of the oven, right?
yes,
And the relevance of this is that it was just mentioning that 3 weeks before 3 weeks before Tammy passed away, she was sick for one day and basically was sick the entire next day and just got up and made herself put on a good face and made herself and go back to work, right?
Yeah.
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel's testifying. I don't hear a question there.
Abstain.
She wasn't feeling well that day, right?
correct.
It appears that she was sick the following day, right?
Yes,
She spent a significant amount of time in bed,
yes,
and she put on the courage to go to work on Monday, correct?
yes,
Okay. And then the one, your mom came to visit us Friday night and Saturday morning. Under orders from Grandma Cooper, I'll let her tell the story. I'm not, what's the relevance of that?
so the relevance to that is that is from Ron Douglas to Mark, which
Okay.
Ron Douglas is Mark's grandpa.
Okay,
Um, through our investigation, Tammy did not drive very far alone. And so it was important enough for Ron, the grandpa, to email Mark and say, hey, your mom came to visit us, which they live in Utah, which is 3.5 hours away. And she drove all by herself.
okay. And this was October 6th of 2019, right?
Correct.
And you were aware that the reason Tammy Daybell didn't drive by herself is because of some medical concerns about her balance and.
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel's testifying. Facts not in evidence. Move to strike.
Abstain.
Are you aware that the reason Tammy Daybell didn't drive is because of some medical concerns she had for herself?
No, I am not.
Okay. I went down to Springfield by myself, October 6th. I drove there by myself and then drove home by myself. I'm a big girl now. I can tell you more about this in a bit, right?
Yes,
So by your indications, you're suggesting on October 6th, 13 days before her death, 12 days before her death, that she was able to drive. Is that what this is about?
that's what she's emailing Mark. Yes.
And was there any indication that prior to that time she didn't drive or that she was concerned about driving?
Long distances. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Okay, and this again touches on, I think we talked about this previously about the Wednesday during the day with Reagan Price and the person who took her dog, and that leads into what we originally started with. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And then there's one final email that talks about Matt Price sending audiobooks for Tammy to listen to, right?
Yes.
And that was for her trip?
Tammy sent those, I believe, to Matt Price with codes to get into the audio book.
That's right. I'm sorry. You're right. Okay, thank you. And if I could just have a minute, Judge, thank you.
You may.
One last area, on the, day that you got the call about Tammy's death, you, received a call from who again? I'm sorry.
I missed a call from Deputy Greenhalgh.
Okay. But then you said something about you followed up with it later and did have a discussion, or my notes not accurately reflecting?
So I missed that call and called her back about an hour and a half later
Okay.
and spoke with her on that, yes.
And then she recited the facts about what she observed. Is that right?
She informed me that she was on an unattended death. I went through and asked her if there's anything out of the ordinary, anything suspicious, and she told me there was not.
Okay. So according to Officer Greenell, there was nothing suspicious. Is that right?
That's what she told me, yes.
Okay. And then according to, did you have a chance to look at Brenda Dye's report as a result of this investigation?
Not the AG's report, no, that
I'm not talking the AG's report. I'm talking about Brenda Dye's diagram and report about this unattended death.
I did not.
Okay. So from your perspective, when Officer Greenall contacted you and advised that there was nothing suspicious about the death, at that point, it did not require you to take any further action. Would that be fair?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Judge, that's all I have. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Oh, you're right. Oh, my goodness. Okay, thank you. I wouldn't be able to make it without you.
I wonder how the court reporter likes his jibber jabber under his breath. She has to take all that down. I think we're waiting on redirect. I think.
All right, redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Toby, I have heard
We're
of him.
gonna, I'm gonna start a little backwards here and start with that last exhibit. You were shown some emails that you reviewed in the last exhibit by defense counsel. And there was some indication in there about people being light and dark. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Through your investigation, did you learn who it was that would label people as light or dark?
Chad Daybell.
You were also shown an email about Chad needing to do some work on Mark's camera. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And the indication was Chad was the one that had to do that work, correct?
Yes.
And I think specifically it referenced the camera was cursed.
Yes.
Mark wasn't at the Daybell residence. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Mark was on his mission?
Yes.
It was brought up that Chad had labeled some 12-year-olds as dark. Do you recall that?
Yes.
You were asked if those kids are still alive to the best of your knowledge. Are they?
The best of my knowledge, yes. I hope so.
Were those Lori's minor children?
No.
Were they obstacles to Chad and Lori being together?
No.
There was also an email on March 31st of 2019 where Tammy was talking about getting ready for a 5K. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did that indicate to you that Tammy was active?
It's hard to say active. Working out, you do different things, right? And trying to stay in shape, you do different things. Some people may run to stay in shape. Some people may go lift weights to stay in shape. So that may just have been something different she wanted to try.
Did it indicate to you that Tammy had a desire to at least do something to be active?
Yes.
Then you were shown an email that Tammy sent to Mark on April 28th of 2019 about Chad being in Houston.
Yes.
And can you remind us what the significance of that was?
The significance with that was we have information that Chad had gone there with Lori. And her emailing Mark saying that Chad's in Houston just kind of confirmed that.
And later on in that same email, we see Tammy say, I haven't slept well since dad has been gone. Do you recall that?
Yes.
So Tammy indicated she wasn't sleeping well and Chad was in Houston with Lori.
Yes.
Then the next one, there's a couple texts about a raccoon. Do you recall, or not texts, excuse me, a couple emails about a raccoon.
Yes.
And the first one is on June 30th of 2019, correct?
Yes.
And in that one, there's mention of having a flashlight.
Yes.
Did it appear that the raccoon was shot at night?
Yes.
Then we see another email on July 7th of 2019 with a image of a raccoon in a trap, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall ever seeing an email from Tammy to Mark about a raccoon in September of 2019?
I did not.
So Tammy emailed Mark twice about seeing a raccoon, but no messages in September of 2019 to Mark that you recall.
Not on this email, no.
Then you were asked about the message from Tammy to Mark on August 4th of 2019 about Chad being in Arizona. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And in the message, Tammy indicates that Chad is at a girls' camp.
Yes.
Was he at a girls' camp?
He was at a conference, I believe, at Melanie's or correction, Lori's house.
So again, he was with Lori on August 4th of 2019.
Yes.
Do you recall when Charles Vallow was killed?
July 11th, 2019.
There was an email also shown that was from Tammy to Mark on September 15th of 2019, where Tammy references having a cold. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And Tammy indicated she was in bed for a few days.
Yes.
And that was in September.
Yes.
Any similar email message to Mark in October about Tammy being sick?
No.
Then you're asked about some messages on October 6th, one from Ron Douglas to Mark and one from Tammy to Mark about Tammy visiting Springville, Utah. Do you recall those?
Yes.
Through your investigation, did you learn anything about Tammy having a medical concern that kept her from driving?
No.
Through your investigation, did you learn who encouraged her to go to Springville that weekend?
Yes.
And who was that?
Chad Daybell.
And circling back, Detective, do you recall the email, you've been shown it by both myself and defense counsel, that was from Tammy to Mark about the attempted shooting?
Yes,
And you were asked some questions about Regan Price and Tammy mentioning some things Regan had shared with her about a lady trying to steal Regan's dog. Do you recall that?
yes,
Regan described a lady trying to steal her dog, correct?
yes,
Did Regan ever mention the lady having a firearm?
no,
Did Regan ever mention the lady being dressed all in black?
no.
You were asked quite a bit about the Daybell's driveway. How many driveways are at the Daybell residence?
2,
And you were asked about a longer driveway. Would you consider that the front or back driveway or side driveway?
the back driveway is a very longer driveway compared to the front driveway.
And Your Honor, I'm going to ask to be handed States Exhibit 291.
Very well.
And Your Honor, may I publish?
You may.
And we've looked at this exhibit a couple times, but in that second paragraph, can you see which driveway Tammy came into that day?
She backed into the front driveway.
Is the front driveway that long?
It's, like I discussed earlier, about 2 car lengths.
And then is there a driveway that's even longer than that?
Yes,
And how long is the other driveway car lengths, if you could estimate?
probably about 4 or 5.
So quite a bit longer.
Yes,
And again, were you part of the initial investigation on October 9th of 2019?
I was not.
And again, in that message, put it back up. In that second paragraph, do you see an indication of what time of day this occurred?
9:15.
And that would be referring to PM.
Yes, that's when the call came in around that time.
And again, you're from the Fremont County area. Correct?
Yes,
And October's in Fremont County about 9 PM. Is it still light out generally?
it's usually getting about dusk.
Do you recall reviewing? Let me back up. Would it surprise you to learn that there was no report by Deputy Cannon where he referenced having searched for paintball guns with Tammy Daybell?
Would it surprise me that there was no search with that?
That there was no Google search done for paintball guns?
Overruled.
No,
If Deputy Cannon had indicated that he never searched for paintball guns with Tammy Daybell, would you have any reason to dispute that?
no,
I think we talked about this a little bit earlier, but do you know how familiar Tammy Daybell was with firearms?
I do not know how familiar she was with them.
And council talked about some searches that were done by an email associated with Tammy Daybell regarding a paintball gun and an airsoft gun. Do you recall those?
Yes,
From your review of the October 9th investigation, did Tammy Daybell ever produce any photo saying this is the firearm?
no, she did not.
And yet she didn't do any search for a rifle, did she? That you're aware of?
No,
Are there various type of paintball guns in your experience?
yes,
Your Honor, I'm going to ask to have the witness shown State's Exhibit 282.
And Judge, I believe this is the image that we stipulated to council. Is that correct?
It is, Your Honor, and I do have a courtesy copy for defense counsel that's now been marked, a courtesy copy for Your Honor and a copy for the court.
All right, thank you, counsel.
Thank you.
And Detective, have you seen this image before?
yes,
And that top image there, is that the Grendel 6.5 that we've earlier referenced?
yes, it is.
And Your Honor, I would move for the admission of State's Exhibit 282.
Again, Judge, that was by stipulation of the parties, so
All
I
right,
am not having an objection to it.
very well. Without objection, Exhibit 282 is admitted.
And Your Honor, I would ask permission to publish.
You may.
And Detective Counsel showed you an image of one type of paintball gun. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And that is just one type?
yes,
And you'd indicated that they make paintball guns that look similar to an assault rifle.
yes,
And again, that top image is the firearm that was seized from an apartment associated with Alex Cox. Is that correct?
yes,
And the bottom one, it's marked example. To be clear, this firearm was never located. Is that correct?
that is correct. This was not located.
Can you tell us what we're seeing in that bottom photo?
So this bottom photo right here is a Tipman paintball gun with the Tipman. Yeah. On the top is a hopper. On the back has a collapsible stock. And then your barrel.
And Your Honor, the state would ask to publish State's Exhibit 281C that's already been admitted. If
You
I
may
could be
publish.
handed that. And Detective, this is a close-up, again, of the front part of that Grendel 6.5. Is that correct?
Yes,
And if the firearm was pointing at someone, this may be a vantage point of what they see.
yes,
And Detective, again, Alex was in the area of the Daybell residence earlier in the day on October 9th. Is that correct?
yes,
And then he was also in the area about 2.6 miles away the night before Tammy was pronounced dead. Is that correct?
yes,
And And counsel talked to you about whooshing and popping sounds from paintball guns. If a gun misfires, will it make a sound?
It depends what kind of misfire or jam it may have.
Are there various sounds that could, would the sound of a AR be muffled or different if it had a silencer on it?
Yes,
And counsel talked to you about Tammy being pretty close to the gun. She describes the gun as right behind her and she turns around and he's there, correct?
correct.
And we talked earlier about some searches done on the Homer J. Maximus account about a drop.
Yes,
If you're sighting your gun, and correct me if I'm using the wrong language here, if you're sighting a gun or trying to adjust it to fire a certain distance, is that different if it's a short distance versus a long distance?
yes,
So if you'd been further away and moved closer, would it be sighted indifferent?
yes, could be.
And counsel talked to you about a bipolar teenager mentioned in the email from Tammy to Mark, correct?
Yes,
Again, from your review of October 9th, were there any reports of a bipolar teenager pointing a paintball gun at anyone?
no, not that I'm aware of.
Any reports of someone other than Tammy Daybell? Any reports of anyone else coming face to face with a masked gunman?
No, not that I'm aware of.
And do you, trying to make sure I'm referencing the correct exhibit. And Your Honor, may I have State's Exhibit 291 again, please?
Yes.
And may I also have Defense Exhibit 16? Yes, it is State's Exhibit 291 and Defense Exhibit 16. And I guess while I'm at it, I forget the exhibit number, but the second call into dispatch by Tammy Daybell.
Thirty-two B.
232B, Your Honor. And Your Honor, may I have permission to publish Defense Exhibit 16?
Yes.
Your Honor, defense screen just went blank. Oh, sorry, it popped up.
The HDMI does not like my computer.
Judge, if the court would prefer to take a short break now and we could do the early afternoon break.
Well, I think we'll get this sorted out pretty quickly here.
Detective, can I have you look at that first sentence there? And can you read it into the record?
Something really weird just happened, and I want you to know so you can watch out.
Tammy's sending this message out, telling people she wants them to watch out, correct?
Yes.
And Judge, I would now ask to be able to display State's Exhibit 291.
You may.
And at the end of that first big paragraph, do you see where Tammy indicates the scared part came after when my brain thought of other things that could have happened?
Yes.
And on this one, do you see at the end of that full paragraph where she says, I didn't go to Zumba because I quite understandably did not want to be out after dark alone?
Yes.
Do those statements indicate someone that was scared by what just happened?
Yes.
And in this one, do you see in that first paragraph where it says the guy started pulling the trigger and I could just hear the clicking and whooshing sound of an empty paintball gun?
Yes.
He was standing by the back of the car, just pulling the trigger while pointing the gun at me. Do you see that?
Yes.
Does this indicate more than someone just pointing a gun at someone?
Yes, it does.
And do you recall in the dispatch call with Tammy where she talks about the man pointing the gun at her and just shooting? And we can listen to it again. Would that be helpful?
Yeah, I don't recall that.
And Your Honor, may I publish States Exhibit 232B?
Yes.
Forty-nine minutes, 20 seconds.
It's pretty much funny, sir. Papa. Hi, I need to report something. Okay, go ahead. What's the address? Okay, at 202 North, 1900 East, the corner with the blinking yellow light on Salem Highway. Is it a suspicious person? Yes. Okay, what was he wearing? He was all dressed in black and he had a ski mask on. And he's at the blinking light now is where you saw him? No, he's gone now because I pulled up into our driveway and I was getting stuff out of the back seat of my car and suddenly he was there and he had a paintball gun and he was and he was going to shoot at me. And I kept asking him what he was doing because I could tell it was a paintball thing. And then he just kept doing it. So I yelled for my husband and then he took off running around the back of my house. Okay, give me just 1 minute. Stay on the line with me. Okay.
October 9, 2019, 21 hours, 50 minutes, 28 seconds.
And that was North 1900 East? Yes. Okay.
October 9, 2019, 21 hours, 50 minutes, 43 seconds.
Do you know what direction he was going? He went behind my house and it's so dark out there and I went in the house and got my husband and son and then they went out and looked and he was long gone by then. So he was on the north side of my house is where he went to get away. Okay. He didn't say anything or he just kept like he was holding the gun like he was, had a rifle and just shooting at me, so. But nothing came out of the gun either, so I don't think it was loaded. Okay, what is your name? My name is Tammy.
I'm going to stop it right there. Did you hear on there where she says holding the gun like he had a rifle and shooting at me, but nothing came out?
Yes, I did.
Does that indicate more than someone just pointing a gun?
Yes, it does.
And counsel talked to you a little bit about some of those searches associated with Homer J. Maximus. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And he talked to you about October being hunting season.
Yes.
Would shooting through a windshield or shooting through a Dodge Dakota generally have anything to do with hunting?
No.
Through the investigation, did you become aware that Chad had deemed Alex to be Lori's protector?
Yes, I did.
After Alex shot Charles on July 11th of 2019, did Chad and Lori maintain a relationship to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, I did.
In fact, we saw in an email, and I think you referenced it, Chad was down there on August 4th, 2019, just maybe about 3 weeks after Charles was shot and killed by Alex Cox.
Yes, he was.
Would that lead you to believe that Chad was scared of Alex Cox?
No.
Lead you to believe Chad was scared of Lori Vallow?
No.
Are you aware of any report taken by Fremont County where Chad Daybell reported that he was scared of anyone?
No, I am not aware.
Are you aware of Chad ever reporting anyone tried to shoot at him?
No.
And again, through the investigation, what was the connection between Alex Cox and Tammy Daybell?
Chad Daybell.
I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake.
Further questions?
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake.
Judge, I would like an opportunity to clarify the driveway, and then counsel went on about um, the relationship between Alex and Chad Daybell, and I'd like an opportunity to at least touch on that.
I'll allow some limited recross on those two issues,
Judge.
Mr. Pryor.
Officer Counsel put up the Facebook posting by Tammy Daybell, and it describes the front driveway. Do you recall that?
The Facebook, I don't recall if that said the front driveway.
Judge,
I
can I?
know in the email it. Sorry.
That's okay. I'm gonna have to have permission to go get my computer, Judge, and bring up that. May I have permission to go back and get my computer?
Yes.
Exhibit 16. Thank you. My turn now. I'm not ready yet, Judge. I think I'm ready now, Judge.
All right. You can publish that.
Okay, and I apologize. I can't get this to widen on me, Judge, but officer, can you read that if you look at your monitor?
Yes, I can. And it does say the front driveway.
Okay, and I'm sorry we had to go through that with all that time, but I wanted to make sure. And Judge, that's all I have for this.
Okay, thank you.
So there is no dispute that this was the front driveway, correct?
Correct.
And again, the front driveway is a very short driveway compared to the one in the back, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and further, the distance between the front of the house and where the car was backed up, that even shortens the distance even more, correct?
Yes.
And it would be unusual to use a rifle at such close range, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, that's not a weapon that you use at close range, correct?
Usually not.
Yeah. In fact, a rifle is typically used when we're talking about hunting. That's long range, which is consistent with Mr. Cox talking about 100 and 300-yard shots, right?
Sometimes.
And in your experience, if you're really trying to hurt somebody at close range, you would probably use a handgun or a shotgun, right?
Well, I guess I misstated right there.
Okay.
Rifles can be used at close range, close
Okay.
quarter combats,
Okay.
SWAT stuff. So
Okay.
yes, they can be used.
Okay. Now, the information you got about the Dodge Dakota, you recall that, right?
Yes.
And you talked about the fact that someone was talking about putting a bullet through the window of a Dodge Dakota.
Yes.
Someone trying to figure out what type of bullet it would take to pierce the side of a Dodge Dakota.
Yes.
Someone who would take what kind of a bullet would pierce the metal or the thickness of the metal on a Dodge Dakota.
Yes.
So it would seem with Mr. Daybell owning a Dodge Dakota that it seems that at least the target was someone in the Daybell family. Would that be fair?
That'd be fair to say, yes.
Okay. And with the Homer J. Maximus account, is there any indication that Chad was shared all of the information on Alex Cox's Homer J. Maximus account?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Sustain.
Do you have any information to suggest that Mr. Daybell had access to the Homer J. Maximus account?
No, I do not.
Okay. So if Mr. Daybell didn't have access to the information in that account, do you have any other information that Mr. Daybell had knowledge that Alex Cox was looking for a way to shoot a Dodge Dakota that Mr. Daybell owned?
No.
Okay, nothing else, Judge. Thank you.
All right, that will conclude then the testimony of Detective Kayakamanu. And he's testified twice now. Is he still, well, he's the case agent, so I don't know if he'll be recalled or not, but Detective, you can go ahead and step down from the witness stand. We'll make sure to retrieve exhibits. I'll have a brief sidebar with counsel to discuss scheduling for today, and we'll take our afternoon recess at this time.
All rise, please.
To check on something. I had to put the doggies out. And we're done with this witness. Oh my goodness. So let's wonder who's going to be next. So thoughts on that last part? Thoughts on how he was trying to, what he was trying to get in there about the jurors? I mean, about the Dakota and who was being shot at and who was it meant for? I think he was trying to put something, a little doubt out there by trying to move it away from it pointing at Tammy as being the one. Is that kind of what you got out of that? I'm actually going to read what he asked if I can find it really quick. No, of course I can't. This thing never wants to reload the way I need it to. Okay. Excuse me. Where is it? So let me go with. So Pryor says the fact that Cox was looking into shooting through the type of car the Daybells owned shows his target was likely someone in the Daybell family. Kaya Kamanu agrees. Kaya Kamanu steps down, but his so that what was he trying to point with that? Let me see if I can get the stuff right before it. Scroll down a bit. See what he was trying to. Come on, look, there we go. So Blake asks if shooting through a windshield of a Dodge Dakota would be associated with hunting. He says no. Kai Kamanu says he is not aware of Chad ever reporting being afraid of anyone who or concerned someone would shoot him. So Kai Kamanu is putting that out there to show that, or to say that that it wasn't aimed at anybody else but Tammy. I think that's why he's saying that. Voice, and then Voice allowed the limited recross. Pryor says if someone was trying to hurt someone at close range, they would use a pistol or shotgun. Kaya Kamanu says rifles can be used at close range. And then Pryor says the fact that Cox was looking into shooting through the type of car that Daybell's own shows his target was likely someone in the Daybell family, which I thought was an odd jump between those 2 points. But I think he's trying to put out the mitigator, take the focus off of it being Tammy, that it could have been anyone. And let's see what you guys are saying. I'm going to go back a bit. So Toby asks this question: is the prosecution going to try to prove who actually held a pillow over Tammy's face? I don't know. I mean, they have asphyxiation as the cause of death, but they haven't gone further than that. But we still have weeks of this. Oh. Looking for a lemon, or let's see. Linda says Toby's surprised he doesn't say it was a typo. Cheryl says today is the NFL draft. I know. I one prospective juror that's happy as a happy man today. Is it draft time already? I love football, but I'm the only one in my family who does, so it's kind of boring watching it by myself, so I don't. Recess. Ding, ding, ding. Lemon Curd says just on and on about paintball guns versus real gun, most of which is irrelevant since Tammy was shot with neither. Yeah, but I think that's just trying to prove a point. Really, I think prosecution is really trying to put it out there, and just defense is really trying to deflect and try to say, well, she never said yada yada, you know. But I could tell that Kaya Kamanu was kind of getting a little frustrated with the defense, but then that's normally how it sounds with defense in impeachment. So, and I think I said hi to Lemon Curd. If I didn't, hi. Dana says, hello, best part of today was the witness going over Tammy, Chad, and the kids rating some 12-year-old in the Sunday school. That's the best part. No, this gun thing. I'm sorry. I had school class at church. One boy they named 4.2 dark. It made Dana upset. Dana upset. That part you might want to find and listen to, she says to Lemon Curd. Also, that shows Tammy and the kids. And I don't have an issue. I don't have an issue with that though. I'm not bothered by the fact that Tammy believed it. I'm not, because I mean, she was married to him, so I kind of expect her to at least believe her husband's stuff that he teaches, even though we look at it and go, but if it's all and you look at your spouse as somebody who could possibly be a prophet in your eyes, then you're gonna believe. But she could very well be a PMO, like I said. Remember that thing I put in chat about physically in, mentally out? Who knows? But I mean, on the side of a person who knows what it's like to be in a situation like this, I feel bad for the fact that they all did. Hold on, I gotta do something. I'm gonna put me on no view. 1 second, just hold on 1 second. But I'm gonna talk. Put the fact that she is okay with what he's teaching is bothersome. That part's bothersome for me because I see it on the outside, but then also I've been on the other side of stuff like this, and I know that when I was on the other side, I truly did believe everything that I was being told, and never even thought about not believing it until that eventually did happen. But while I was in and doing it, it was a struggle. But looking and seeing her now, that's where I struggle with with all of this stuff, is seeing it as an outsider who was once an insider, if that makes sense. But I get what you're saying, and yes, it's heartbreaking for us now, and those of us who do not agree with what is being taught here. So sorry, I had to fix something. I had to check what that thing was on the floor that was right up there. It was actually my dog's bone. I'm like, what is that? Oh, it's a bone. It was so I had to move his bone. It was bugging me because my eye kept seeing it. So let me see. I think this is it right here. I think that everything related to anyone around him was in trouble. Anybody who was around him was in trouble, except for his children. Now, his children never had the same, thing put on them, or they weren't ever looked at in that way, like Lori's kids, because Lori's kids were the ones that were in the way. That's how I kind of see that. And then Toby says, I think there is enough evidence in the text to Lori that Chad wanted Tammy gone. Absolutely. Not to mention the visions that she'd die soon. I think didn't it say that he had started speaking about that in 2016? So from 2016 until her death, he had been putting that all in motion, getting it out there. So when it happened, people would be, they'd be like, oh, he had a premonition. He had a vision about it. So he was right. Not that, oh, look at him. You know what I mean? That they would look at him differently, if that makes sense in what I just tried to say. But Butterfly says, I'm not okay with it because she and her kids were brought up in LDS, and I feel, okay, I understand that. Yes, I understand that. But I don't want to, okay, I will just move on. I understand what you mean. And yes, I get it, Dana. So, but I want to finish what you said. And I feel sure she took notice Chad was going outside of that religion, just like my husband did with H.W. Armstrong. Well, yeah, sadly, we don't know. Sadly, we don't know, um, because I don't, unless they have emails and stuff, from her saying that she was having issues with what he was teaching or anything like that, then we don't know. But I will tell you that I know that there are spouses whose spouse um, does eventually start having visions and stuff and whatever they got going on, and the other spouse, does continue on and support that person, uh, even though they may not 100% believe what is being said. They still support the person and what they're doing and what they believe. You know, so from experience in a past and stuff with, all type of religion and stuff, I can say that is something that does happen, and it's hard to understand as far as we are concerned. Those of us are looking at it going, yeah, no, this is wild stuff. You're going outside your faith. But when you're in the situation and you are that spouse and you have to live with that person every day, and you have to be, keep a happy home and keep everything, as God-centered as you can, you do your best to support that person, whether or not you agree. Is that, it's hard for us to see that. Right, Dana? It's hard for us to be able to accept that, even though what he was bringing to the table went outside of the original LDS teachings. There's my Ollie. I see you, boy. And Mom. But I need to see this again. I think there's enough evidence in the text. Yeah, I had to go back to this one for a minute. There we go. Now I can start. And then this one was that one, and this one. There we go. It's too easy to blame the victim with Tammy as opposed to the kids, to say she should have known better, but she was in too deep to know different. And that's basically what I was trying to say. When you're in that position, it's easy to be on the outside looking in and cast judgment on somebody, what we think they should have done or whatever, and that it's upsetting to see them do this. But if they are in there and that's a belief that they believe that their spouse has visions, and then it must be from God, so you accept it as that. Because let me tell you, I think that there are a lot of people in faiths that may not believe 100% of what their faith teaches. I mean, it's abundant in every faith that there are certain things that you may not agree with. I have things where I didn't agree when I was in almost everything that I came out of, all the way down the line. I had trouble with the stuff they were saying, a lot of it, and I stayed in regardless of whether or not I believed it. And I actually went toe to toe a few times with a Baptist pastor. I thought I was in big trouble. Actually, one person tried to get me in trouble, but the pastor said, no, you have to understand, she came from a place where you're not allowed to ask questions, and now she's asking me questions about her beliefs. Now I'm going to be okay with this, and allowed me to confront him about the issues I was having with what I was hearing being taught. So, I mean, but I still stayed in, even though I was hearing things that I didn't agree with, I still stayed in. And I think that we don't know what her situation was. She was, in my opinion, a victim. In my opinion, I'm going to say it. You guys are going to be upset. I think that even a little bit of Lori was victimized by the person who was using visions and dreams and stuff to manipulate her. Even though she conspired with him, and even though she's guilty AF and deserves everything she's got right now, I think that there was some victimization in the beginning that took her to the place where she would be okay with what has happened. But don't remember, that's just my opinion. Oh wait, I gotta put something up. There we go. But I agree with what Toby said there. Let me see. There it is, Toby. And I was the victim with my husband in the AW Armstrong religion, and I knew some of the crazy, all that non-perishable foods, hiding money, finding land, and amount away from people, much more. And Toby says, Armstrong, there's a blast from the past. I need to, I'll have to Google that. Yeah, I'll have to Google that. Having the women so submissive that even the kids are walked on, labeled, no way, I pulled out. Well, that's awesome. And I'm glad that you were able to do that. A lot of people can break away from that, but I can't be upset at Tammy for the things that she believed while she was still alive and teaching and doing the school stuff and all that stuff. I may not like it. It may upset me to think that Tammy would do that, but that was her belief. We have no signs of anything. We have no testimony or anything or evidence that says that what she was doing even though she didn't believe it. So it was her belief, and it's sad that it was her belief because we don't agree with it. You know what I mean? It does make sense. Okay, good. Whatever it was that I said in the moment, I hope it made sense. Sometimes I have a lot of words in my head, and I want them all to come out, and they may not all come out in the same order that I wish they would. I have not heard of that one, Dana. H.W. Armstrong. Linda will have to look into that and see what that's all about. And Toby says, one of the first radio evangelists, huge following back in the day. Oh, yeah, that would have been nothing that I would ever been allowed to listen to or would ever been played in anywhere near our house at all. Worldwide Church. Oh, okay. Is that what that is? Oh, I do know that. Okay. Yes. I like looking into stuff now that I'm allowed to. I was never allowed to look into other religions when I was in one. Dana says I've seen what was happening to my sister-in-law's kids. They were like my kids. I couldn't allow it anymore. Unacceptable. Yes, HWA had a huge following. He went away like LDS does. Wait, what? You played footsies with the Baptist pastor? No, did I say that? No. Toe to toe. Yeah. I was scared too. I'm like, I'm gonna get in trouble and get kicked out. And he's all like, no, you're not. You are allowed to have your opinion and your mind. We are okay with that. But this one person wasn't. The one guy who really struggled, because what happened was I was in this one guy's class and he was saying some stuff that I wasn't agreeing with, and that, believe it or not, the pastor didn't agree with him either. And I found out after the fact that the pastor had issues with this other person who was one of the teachers in the classes or whatever, but he allowed him to do it because he was an older man. And for the most part, it's the difference in Baptist stuff. There's a difference between Reformed Baptist and Independent Fundamental Baptist. The pastor that I was under was Independent Fundamental Baptist. This other person came from Reformed Baptist into this church and brought a lot of his stuff that the pastor didn't agree with. And that's why when I was like listening to him going, I don't know if I this doesn't match up with what I'm, with what I'm hearing. And you teach, Pastor. I'm really struggling with the fact that he's saying this. But I was allowed to have my opinion, which really floored me since I was not used to that. Christianity, Toby says Christianity and all its variations is interesting to me because as a Jew, I've also been completely outside of it. Dana, a lot of the teachings of HWA had no one truly knew of unless you belonged. They didn't allow the outside to know lots of their teachings, and it was scary, very scary. Yes, a lot of religions today are that way. You don't know what the deep stuff is, the inside stuff, the really, really high up stuff until you get in, you get baptized, you become a member of the church, and then you start going to classes and find that what you were brought into is surface stuff, and you start to learn a lot of stuff yeah. You'll hear that a lot from ex-LDS, ex-Jehovah's Witnesses. They'll say the same thing, that the stuff that brought them in was not the stuff that they knew when they first came in, that it was a little, we're all about family and family, but do you know the deep parts of that? Did you go deeper? Get in there and get to learning. It can be something else in all religions, really. And Mal says, I think Lori fell for all of it, hook, line, and sinker, but Chad is a scam artist. And that, yes. She's easily swayed in her beliefs. I believe you. Scary. Scientology is scary too. I've been watching shows about it. A cruel religion. Scientology. I love Lisa Rimini. Or is it Lisa Rimini? No, I forgot her first name. Leah. Sorry, Leah Rimini. I knew it was in there somewhere. And Dana says, to me, if you Google it, you will never find out a lot of the teachings. It is not known unless you are. Remember, yes, the best way to learn on these kind of things and learn the deep stuff is to track down ex-members. And I'm sure they will share. And if you Google it or YouTuber it, you'll find them in all of these faiths. And if you're okay with what the innermost teachings are and it doesn't bother you and you're good with it, then then by all means, I have no issue with it. Like I said, I do not go against anyone who has faith, who believes in any of the religions, as long as they're not adding things like Chad has done. This is where the problem is. This right here, Chad stuff, is where it goes from being this, not a problem religion to, oh my goodness. Yeah. And it does happen, but not everyone's like, okay, we're going to follow through with the loss of life, take it in our own hands and do this, whatever. Okay, so Toby says, regardless of what Tammy believed, she was married to somebody who cheated on her. That's scummy no matter what one believes. Yes, but is there any evidence that Tammy knew she was being cheated on? Was there any emails or anything out there that knew that while this was going on, she was aware? And do you think she became aware of it and that's why this happened to her? Dana says, I shake even today with the stuff I know. My nieces and nephews being adults today was affected badly by HWA religion. I shake talking about it so much you won't find even to Google it. Oh, Mal, yes, toe to toe. You asked questions and they didn't like it. Right. The one person, if that was to me, that is exactly this. The person didn't like that I questioned him on stuff. And I questioned him in front of an entire class, which was probably a very bad idea. But I was like, no, wait, that doesn't sound right. That's not what pastor teaches. That's outside of what pastor teaches. Because I didn't know, at the time, I didn't know anything about Reformed Baptist and the difference between that. And I was just learning about the independent fundamental, the,
All rise.
here we go.
District Court again.
Yay, we're saved.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. And Mr. Bailiff will have the jurors brought in, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
Y'all are probably like, whew, whew, thank the Lord. She shut up. Whew.
All right, please. Freeze off President County for Your Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record on case CR 22211623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. Continuing with the state's case in chief, is the state prepared to call another witness this afternoon?
We are, Your Honor.
Go ahead, Mr. Wixom.
Thank you. We would call Spencer Cook.
I swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you.
All right, now that the witness has been sworn, before we start with testimony, I'll just inquire, because the court has its exclusionary order. Mr. Cook, have you been viewing at all any of the testimony in this case on the court's live stream or otherwise in the trial since it started?
No,
All right, have you discussed with anyone else their testimony they've given in the case?
no.
Very well. With that, thank you for your confirmation of that. You can go ahead and inquire on direct, Mr. Wixom.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, will you please state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Spencer Cook, SpencerCook.
And Mr. Cook, what is it that you do for a living?
I'm the technology director at the Sugar Salem School District.
Is that the same school that Tammy Daybell worked at back in 2019?
It is.
What, could you explain to the jury in your role at work, what is it that you do specifically?
As the technology director, I'm in charge of all of the technology throughout the district. So that includes all of the schools from kindergarten all the way up to 12th grade. And I'm in charge of the data, the anything that plugs into the to the wall, basically. So projectors, computers, network, security, cameras, email, communications, telephones.
Okay, thank you. And so you mentioned email. What do you have to do with respect to the email for the school?
Well, I maintain and manage the emails accounts for all of the uh, employees and students of the district.
When you say manage the email accounts, what does that entail?
Well, we use Google apps for the email service, and so I maintain all of the accounts and make sure that users can log in and make sure they receive emails and send emails.
Do you also manage the email storage?
I do.
Could you explain to the jury what you do with the storage for the email system?
Sure. So we have the front-facing email Gmail account, and the users log in and out that's a completely separate setup that they use. And then I have a archiving server that maintains all email communications in and out from all accounts that we maintain. And that is only accessed by myself.
How long does the school keep emails?
We keep emails for 3 years.
And what about the users? Is there a school policy for how long a user might keep their email?
Users can keep their emails as long as they see fit. There's no limit to the amount of storage that they can keep. So if there's an email that they need that's important, then they're able to keep those emails.
Do you recall back in February of 2021 being contacted by law enforcement with respect to Tammy Daybell's email?
Yes, I do.
Do you recall what it was that they requested of you?
They were asking for emails that Tammy had received from anybody and anyone that would sent an email to her email account. And they were looking for an email from Charles Vallow on a specific time frame. It was, I think, June 29th of 2019.
Were you able to retrieve that kind of an email?
Yeah, I was able to retrieve it from the archiving server.
Your Honor, at this time, the state has a proposed state's exhibit we've marked as 419, and I believe it's been stipulated it can be entered. I can offer up 2 copies to the court.
All right, has the defense been able to review 419? Any objection to its admission? Yeah, we'll have you review that first. Okay, so exhibit 419 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I have permission to publish with the ILMO?
Yeah, I'll have the bailiff give you the exhibit for publishing.
I believe I'm just waiting for the clerk, Your Honor.
Yeah, we're looking at that again. Is that showing on the jurors monitors? Okay, there we go. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cook, I'd like to call your attention
to just the first paragraph of this exhibit. If you want to go, can you see it on your
Can I
screen?
see it on my screen? Yes.
You mentioned an email that you retrieved in Tammy Daybell's email system,
Correct.
and the date again was what?
The June 29th of when the email was
Yes.
retrieved. Yes.
Yeah, I'd like to call your attention to the first paragraph. If you will, go down to where there's a quote in there with the content of the email. Do you see the quote marks where it says Tammy, my name?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Will you just read the first two full sentences of that, please?
Sure. Tammy, my name is Charles Vallow. I have some vital and disturbing information regarding your husband and oh, yes, yep. You bet. Tammy, my name is Charles Vallow. I have some vital and disturbing information regarding your husband and my wife, Lori. This is your work email, so I'll have to wait to send you the evidence. That is very disturbing.
And can you explain to the jury which email address was this sent to? What was Tammy's email?
Her email address was tdaybell@sugarsalem.com.
And what address did this come from?
It came from an email, charles.vallow@icloud.com.
In your work as the IT manager, can you explain to the jury, were you able to look into whether or not this email had been opened up?
Yeah, we, in the interview with law enforcement, we went into her account and we were able to find the email that was in her deleted folder. And it was there opened, and the email had been the email address from Charles Value, the Charles Value at iCloud.com, had been put into the blocked category inside of Google. So any email that Lori would have, or that Lori, sorry, any email that Charles would have sent would have been blocked, any future emails. So they would not have been received.
When you did your search of the email system, were there any other emails to or from Charles Vallow?
No, there were not.
Your Honor, I don't think I have any further questions.
All right, cross-examination. Okay, so there will be no cross of the witness. Mr. Cook, thank you for coming in and providing your testimony. Is he released from any subpoena from the state?
Yes, Your Honor.
From the defense? Okay, well, that will conclude your testimony in the trial. Thank you for appearing today. You can go ahead and step down, and that will conclude your testimony. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it's 3 o'clock. I had discussed scheduling with counsel. They've got another, well, depending on who they call next, it's an inconvenient time to start with a next witness potentially. There's been a request that we conclude for the day. Let me just confirm from the state, is that still how the state's requesting we proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, and I know the defense is fine with that as well. So that is going to conclude our trial evidence for today. We'll start again with trial tomorrow. And while the jurors are here, counsel, perhaps we can just give them some indication. Is there some request with your scheduling that tomorrow being Friday that we stop sooner than the mid-afternoon?
The state's fine with that as well. We do have some witnesses coming in from out of town, so we're hoping to be able to get through them rather than hold them over the weekend. But I believe that would most likely just take the morning.
Okay, well, we'll see how things go. So no promises, but I just wanted to give you a heads up that tomorrow may not be a full day through the mid-afternoon. So with that, we will conclude for the day today. And again, as we break for the day, I'll remind the jurors to please follow the court's continuing admonishment to not investigate the case in any way, try to avoid any media coverage of the case, and do not discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. You can only do that once deliberations have started. So thank you for continuing to follow that instruction each day. We'll be in recess until tomorrow.
All rise, please.
I was gonna say we'll see if they have motions, but they don't. They shut the camera off. They need to give me a chance to be able to hit the button, the stop button, before they do that. And then everybody will see my monkey videos that I watch. When it pops up, it shows all the stuff I watch. It's usually my friends' YouTubes and monkeys. Ah. Let's see here. Okay, so I wanted to see real quick before we end the day what exactly just happened with the end of that witness. I got wrapped up into trying to keep up with the chat and what was going on there that I forgot to listen. So now I need to figure out what it was that was at the end about her email. So she blocked, and we're sure that she blocked. I mean, did they check to see, like, there are ways to know where an account is used. Is it used at her work? Is it used at home? Was others have access to it? I mean, that my husband could get in and get into everything I do because it's all right here. So I wonder. I'm gonna see. Let's see, Blake. Let me go back to where it was. State calls next witness, Spencer Cook. I have to read it, so please bear with me. It's from Sugar Salem. I love it. From Sugar Salem School District Technology Director. I thought, oh, Sugar City. That's right. We forgot the city part. Here, I'm going to stick this up on the screen so I can look down here. 1 second. Let me present this. That's better. Okay. So we got to the sugar. Where'd it go? I lost the sugar. Cook says the charge. Wait, hold on. Oh, there it is. So we called that witness. Cook says he is in charge of anything that plugs into the wall. I like it. Oh, for the school district, including all email accounts. Cook recalls receiving requests from police to retrieve an email from Charles Vallow to Tammy Daybell. Wixom asks Cook to read a portion of the email. Charles says he has vital and disturbing information regarding Chad and Lori. Cook says the email was read and deleted. Charles' email address had been blocked. State is done. Prior will not cross. Wonder why Prior didn't cross. Because he wants it to be left. I mean, I would be like, wait a second, who read it and who deleted it? Where did it get deleted from? Who had access to that account? How do we know Chad didn't go in there and delete it so that Tammy wouldn't ever get the news that he was having an affair? Maybe that's too much TV. Maybe I've been watching too much TV. Whoa. Okay, so that's, I don't know. So I assume, do you think that, let me get myself back. Hold on, let me stop sharing. There we go. So, I don't know. I think that was an easy out. I mean, who deleted it? Where was it deleted and where was it read? Conspiracy. All right. Well, I am pooped and drained and ready to take care of what I got to take care of. Clips. We only have 2 witnesses today to clip. It's an all-day thing, so I will just be editing out a lot of stops and sidebars and all that stuff. But it's just 2, and I'll have it up as soon as I can. And I thank you guys for watching. Thank you guys for putting up with me and my autistic brain, ADHD brain that is all over the place all the time, and stuff may not always come out the way I want it to. And I thank you for putting up with me. But have a great evening. Kiss your loved ones, hug them tight, and see you in the morning. Bye.